today as compared to teams we bid farewell to yesterday, which should give them a little bit more of a safety net to try out different things. But obviously, these teams would prefer to have that direct ticket into the grand finals because, of course, a slot to MSC is on the line.
Most definitely, but we will take a deeper look at the playoff records. For now, as Sadafa did mention, today is going to be a second life chances for all of the teams that is going to be competing today, where we're going to witness IG versus Vamos for the first match, and later on we're going to see Selangor Red Giants up against BTRM. Once again, this is going to be a very interesting matchup because, as Sadafa mentioned, all of the teams would still have a bit more ample room to experiment a bit in terms of their lineup, and I feel like IG would have a big advantage in this, where their draft has been very unorthodox, especially for Suelo. We've seen the Zas. I'm not too sure if it's going to bring up it again. We've seen the Valer at the same time. So I feel like IG has a bit more wiggle room to play here.
You could say that, but you could also argue that Vamos is looking really, really good right now. This is a team that understands their playstyle, their identity, and knows how to draft and execute on it. That's why they were able to take their series so handedly yesterday. And they've technically had the chance to warm up as compared to IG, who has been waiting since the end of the regular season to finally take to the stage. There's definitely going to be pros and cons to either way, but it's going to be fun to watch these two teams square off.
I mean, it is going to be an unfinished business for both of these teams, but as we take a look at the regular season result, week number 2, it was IG who gained the win up against Vamos, but it was a very close victory for IG. And week number 5 is the similar story as well. So Vamos coming into this playoff scene, coming into this D number 2, looking for revenge up against IG. Will they be able to do it? And even if they are able to do it, IG still would feel okay because they're not out of the playoffs just yet. It's just a matter of they are going to drop into the lower bracket. But going back into what you mentioned just now, which side would you rather be on? A team that has already the momentum going into this game, a 3-0 victory as of yesterday, which is Vamos, or a team fresh start right now, which is going to be the side of IG?
That's a difficult question to answer because, like I mentioned, there's pros and cons to both sides, right? On Vamos's end, you just came off of a really convincing win. You're going to feel confident. You've already had a chance to play on stage, so you won't have as much nerves. But IG also had the chance to rest for a longer time, to directly watch and learn the strategies that Vamos will be using against them. So it's a tough one.
I mean, we will definitely discuss a bit more after this, but we do have one video, and it's going to be with Rose and a player of MPL Malaysia. Let's take a look at it together, shall we?
Hi guys. Gorgeous. Okay. We want to interview Coach Bab, but as we can see, they're having a karaoke before the game. Gorgeous. Tolong pause kejap. Rose na interview Coach Bab. Boy, semangat. I love the energy. Coach Bab, come here. Hi, Coach.
Hello.
Why are we karaokeing at 1 in the afternoon?
I think this is our habit, singing.
Wow, you guys are in MPL. This is not a singing competition.
That's why we forget. I thought we will sing here. But yeah, guys, this is MLBB competition. We forgot.
Okay, Coach, I have a few questions actually that I want to ask you. Now, we know back in regular season, you guys were known as a team that's very composed, very chill, just having a lot of fun. But now in the playoffs, you guys are in the upper bracket. How different is it? Are you guys still having fun? Or you guys are a little bit pressured, that's why you guys are singing your hearts out?
Actually, because they bash me, actually, guys, we are a bit little. I put the pressure. I am the pressure from my players, of course, in our gaming house. But what I always told them, like, if we go here at the venue, we need to relax, we need to chill, we play our game, and that's all. Yes.
Yes. How do you manage to do that? How do you manage to instill such positive mental attitude towards your player?
You need a complete sleep. You need to be confident, and also read some books.
Oh, books! You're telling me your players all read books?
Me only, and I'm share with them.
Oh, what books do you usually read, Coach? Motivational
Art of
what?
War.
Art of War. Okay. Very interesting and very insightful. Now, Coach, a lot of people are saying that IG and Vamos are practically the main contenders for EWC this time around. What does this match mean for you?
Just a casual regular season for us. This is like, we have a second life, right? We will just play what we need to play, what we practice, what we do in our scrims. We will just show them we are nothing to prove. We already proven that we are not a top 8 team.
Not top 8.
Yeah.
Okay, Coach, what about your curse?
My curse is already broken. You see, I am a top 2 right now
Huh?
in regular season.
In regular season.
But I hope and I'm praying that I can break the curse and I get the upper bracket final secure.
Wow, so cool.
Right, guys?
Guys, it's very hyped in here. So, Coach, we know that you're going up against Vamos this time around, and aside from their players, their coaching staff has actually impressed a lot of us.
Yes.
What do you think about them going up against another mastermind?
I work with Pakbet. I know how Pakbet thinks. So good luck, Pakbet. And good luck, Coach Baldo. We do our best and we give them a good match.
Okay, now, guys, satu fun fact here. Since season 15, there seems to be a trend where the winner of the upper bracket semi-finals makes it to the grand finals. What do you think about that narrative? Do you think it will happen today?
I hope so.
You hope so?
Yeah.
Since you're here standing in front of all your boys right now, is there
Hi,
anything you want
boys.
to say?
Shout, shout.
Anything you want to tell them before the match starts?
Guys. Listen first. First of all, I'm so proud of you, boys. Woo. Second thing, do our best. And third one, and the last one, thank you, IG management.
Wow. Terima kasih, Coach Bam.
Thank you.
Ni macam Rose dekat circus tau. Sangat-sangat energetic. Tapi mungkin ini mentality yang baik sebelum kita masukkan ke dalam match ini. Good luck, Coach Bam. Good luck, boys.
Thank you.
With that, mari let's throw it to our panel untuk mulakan perlawanan ini.
A very interesting video right there.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't say that is very not nonchalant. That is very chalant to the max.
That's basically the opposite of nonchalant. And it's honestly kind of refreshing. We've never really had a team this hype before.
Oh,
we've
man.
had jokesters, we've had players who play around, but a whole squad of them, Invictus Gaming, are bringing energy to the MPL playoff stage.
I mean, with Malcutie, Nova Escobar, Suelo, Hazel, and Year3 definitely not going to be changing their lineup. And I do like the vibes of this team. Regardless of whatever result I'm going to get out of from them, I can count on their positivity and, of course, their hypeness towards this game. But so far, in terms of performance-wise, I feel like this is a well-oiled machine team, but they need to help Hazel a lot. I feel like Hazel is going to be the key factor here. If Hazel gets a good early game, it's going to be an easy game for IG later on.
We have seen notable shifts in strategy with Invictus Gaming throughout the regular season. And you're right, having that early game lead, allowing Hazel to snowball is important. But if we're talking about early game, Team Vamos have been the masters in recent history. Up on screen right now, we got Natko, Zkeep, Clockhoon, Error 404, and Sapad coming off a commanding victory.
I mean, I've seen a lot of people talking about Error 404, the Retribution Battle, the Queen. I've seen Sapakito as well, been popping off here and there. But my man Clockhoon deserves a compliment as well. I feel like he is the silent killer within Team Vamos. He's just decimate anybody on that mid lane, regardless of whatever hero that he uses. Utility, you got it. A very burst mage, you got it. Everything you need, Clockhoon will deliver.
You're honestly right. The mid duo from Vamos, Zkeep and Clockhoon together, may not be the flashiest, but they really know how to get the job done and play as the supporting foundation for their cores.
All right now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall introduce both of these teams onto the main stage to begin our first match of the day. Let's go!
Invictus. Invictus. IG.
Week after week, they were underestimated. Match after match, they showed you why they belong with the elite. And now they stand one step closer to glory. But how far can the momentum take them? Will they rise all the way to the top? Or will tonight prove that the higher they are, the harder they fall? Ladies and gentlemen, Invictus Gaming! Yesterday, they toppled kings. Yesterday, they silenced a kingdom. Today, they face a greater challenge. A rival that has defeated them every single meeting this season. Now, with a place in history on the line, they get one more chance. Can this new generation rewrite history? Let's go! Team Vamos!
Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, joined by the head marshal, Rez, who ensures every game runs fairly and smoothly. On the side of IG, Coach Bam as the head coach and Coach Jazz as the assistant coach. Meanwhile, Vamos, Coach Valdo, the head coach, as well as Pak Bat, the assistant coach. Now they shall march onwards to the main stage to begin the match. As shall we keep it going with a fist bump between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship.
Our very first upper bracket semi-finals is officially about to commence, ladies and gentlemen. While the stakes may be a little lower without lives on the line, the chance to move into the upper bracket finals and grab the first direct ticket to MSC is looking ever closer. And both these teams eager to etch a place for themselves upon that point in history.
When the season began, I felt very iffy about Vamos. The fact that they took a high risk in introducing this new generation of lineup. You got Aero 404, you got Zakif at the same time, under the wings of, I would say, Natko as well as Klokun, the, I would say, more veteran players within that squad itself. But so far, they have proven me so wrong. The fact that they can perform really, really well. Coming from behind, they can win. They have a good lead, also they can win. But as we take a look at Zakif, a tougher challenge does await them. IG will be a much tougher opponent, especially with how unpredictable and flexible their draft can be. You can expect some cheese picks from them as well. There's a reason they are in the upper bracket. So I don't want to put too much pressure on myself and the team to achieve the goal of reaching MSC at EWC Paris. Back when I was in Aero Esport with Coach Bam and Hazel, everyone thought we could make it to EWC, but in the end, they did not make it.
I think it is important to be able to approach these games without too much pressure on the back of your mind, without those expectations that, hey, we need to perform or we don't get to go to this massive international stage.
Yep.
It's important to take it step by step, focus on each game, remember where you are in the present time, and we already see that Zakif is familiar with these players. Hazel and Coach Bam were with him, and they've got a new roster now that has really been filling up their ranks.
I feel like a sense of maturity from Zakif, such a young player, young talent as well. But to have this mindset of, okay, we gotta go one match at a time, one result at a time. Yes, the end goal is definitely to win MPL Malaysia Season 17 and of course to get that golden ticket to MSC at EWC Paris. But hey, one step at a time, one match at a time, one draft at a time. So again, props to him, kudos to him having that very, very matured mindset from Zakif. And honestly, I would like to see what else does he have in store for us. Yesterday, we saw a lot of Atlas pick from him, but I'm pretty sure you got the Gatot Kacha. I'm pretty sure as well, if Queen is available, if Aero Fafa does not want to use it, Zakif can use it pretty well. Glue as well, so there's a plethora of choices for Zakif to showcase himself for this match.
Yeah, compared to what we've seen yesterday, both these teams have very wide hero pools and very directed approaches to the drafting. While both teams started off the season in slightly more iffy positions, they've really come into their own and have figured out exactly what makes them tick. Both sides have also gone through player swaps to really figure out what this main roster is going to be heading into the playoffs. Both sides look solid. The question is, will nerves get them? Will we actually see the full performance of both IG and Vamos here?
Okay, we shall take a deeper look at the draft in a matter of moments. Of course, you gotta get to know about the map as well. But of course, we saw Coach Bam a couple of seasons already here in MPL Malaysia. I mean, Zakif already mentioned on how he was with Coach Bam back in the days of Aero Esports. But Coach Bam has a history of not being that good when it comes to best of 5 or best of 7. Will this be the kryptonite towards IG, where your coach yourself is not comfortable in this format?
That is honestly a good question, because anyone who has paid enough attention will agree that overall, Coach Bam has had pretty solid records of making it to playoffs, but never making it to the top of playoffs due to longer series and maybe slightly less flexible drafts. I think that he has grown a lot this season, and he has the player roster that allows him to be more creative with hero picks, but it remains to be proven.
Oh, look at that. Coach just on the sideline, supporting his teammate, and of course, protecting, not too sure whose child that is, but I mean, he is doing a good job of taking care of that baby right there. And as we jump back into the draft, I do have to agree with you, Sadafa. I feel like Coach Bam has grown a lot as a coach as well. And I feel like in terms of this format, best of 5 or best of 7, if he's not comfortable with it, I feel like this is where Coach Jess comes in as well to help him out and to get him out of this, I would say, tunnel vision, so that the draft can be constructed well for the side of IG. And speaking of which, IG is gonna get the Queen first. Will Vamos reply with a Paquito pick for themselves?
I guess we'll find out, right? We have a bit of a fun fact where basically IG bans Guinevere 71% of the time, whereas Vamos wins with Guinevere 88% of the time. So we can expect this hero to be very consistently contested or banned throughout the series. But the Paquito also highly contested. Vamos will always first phase ban or pick the hero. That's what we saw yesterday.
This is a very good opener by the side of IG. The fact that they got that Queen, which has a very high percentage win rate as of now. And also the Zuxin. I mean, yes, here in MPL Malaysia, there's this whole of FOMO Zuxin pick, but it does not affect IG at all, because out of those 10 plays of Zuxin, 7 out of them, they have won it. So it's a high percentage win rate for Zuxin in the side of IG. Meanwhile, Vamos is going to reply with their very own jungler right now. It's going to be the Diomod. So they have a good, I would say, a frontliner with the Diomod, a good damage as well. But the Paquito is going to be the true main damage dealer later on. But as we approach the later phase of the game, Harith is definitely going to step out on top.
So far, the draft has been proceeding very quickly, and both sides look pretty solid already in that first half. We haven't actually gotten the chance to witness a proper Paquito versus Arlet lane matchup yet. So this is going to be an interesting test of their capabilities, especially since towards the end of the regular season, Yetri basically played nothing but Freya. With the hero banned, he gets to finally show his stuff on other picks, and we'll see how he fares against Paquito.
I would like to see, will IG ban out the Atlas as the last ban later on, or are they going to target down Clockun's hero? But if we do talk about Clockun's hero, I mean, you still got the guard, you still got Valentina, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's still Valentina is still there, but going up against Zuxin is not going to be easy. I mean, as we all know, the reach that Zuxin has is pretty much big, and it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to control that mid lane later on. But Vamos, one more ban before we head over to IG is going to ban out the carry, not allowing Mel QT to use it later on.
Carry is a hero that Vamos places a lot of stock in. Their gold laner is basically the carry player of MPL MY. And they know how well this hero can perform even against the Harif, so they'll take it out. Atlas being hovered, like you pointed out. The scary thing about IG's lineup right now is that they are basically doing what Vamos did in the regular season. A full Guinevere comp. Arlet and Zusin are go very good heroes to combo with the Violet Requiem. And they're going to be looking for more. That's why the Kalea was banned by Vamos as well. To deny more heroes that can set up for this Gwyn.
Alright, so IG is very good against a composition that likes to group up within one and another, because the Final Slash and the Violet Requiem can instantly decimate you once you group up within one another. Hence why Vamos is going to opt the option of a disengagement kind of a hero with the Gatot Kaca. If Gwyn jumps us in, Gatot Kaca can immediately use this AOG to just neutralize any threat on the side of IG. Or, in a better scenario, Gatot Kaca is going to be the one who's going to initiate the team fight for Vamos later on.
Yeah, having global presence is actually very important here for Vamos, because IG is already playing more of a pick-off style. They're going to be setting up ambushes with this Guinevere. So the AOG to save anyone who is getting hit with that Violet Requiem is a good revitalize holder as well. Means that Vamos at least has some way of counter-playing. That's also why the Zetian was banned. That's a hero that can instantly counteract the Violet Requiem engagement with that Fury of the Phoenix. IG, though, still gonna keep it standard. They got the Claude and the Hylos. So they're going to be playing very standard IG. This is a strong front to back with good early mid scaling, and then the Claude for the late phases.
And it does not look good for Leomont right now. The fact that the Hylos is there, the Zushin is already there. So Arrow 4 has to find some different pathways to be able to lock down the neutral objectives, such as the Turtle as well as the Lord, because you don't want to walk up into a Zuxi, you don't want to walk up into a Hylos. That is somewhat of a death trap for your own health later on. But hence why Vamos is going to pick up their very own AOE control with the Yve on their own side. A very utility of a a utility of a mid laner here for Clockun, but I feel like it's good enough because you can control the map really well, and you don't need to stand too near to be able to dish out your damage. You got your Void Blast, your Void Crystal, so you can deal with the Zuxin on a very safe distance at the same time.
It is a potentially risky hero pick because Eve standing still for the RLM is a very easy target for the Guinevere, but control is the name of the game. You are right. They need a mage that's able to reverse the control over an area if IG decides to go for an initiation. And if the Eve picks up a Purify, should be able to handle most situations. Going into this one, how are you feeling, Adin?
I like both of these drafts. Both got their very own identity and strategy as well. It's a matter of execution, definitely later on. And we shall see for this game number 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the land of Dawn beckons once more. Our very first visit into the lands of MLBB at the beginning of day 2 of the playoffs. It's going to be Invictus Gaming on the blue side versus Team Vamos on the red.
Do you think this Harith from the side of Vamos being played by Natco is going to be the biggest problem for Invictus Gaming later on? And if so, should they deal with it early on by focusing down on Natco, or how do you go about it?
I mean, as much as I'd like, as much as you would like to be able to focus down the enemy gold laner so that they cannot scale, it's going to be difficult to do so right now since Vamos does have some lane control to play with. In fact, they're going to focus a little bit more towards Sepat lane, which I think makes more sense to deny this Paquito early snowball.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Paquitos being played by Sepat, and we know the capability of Sepat going into those team fights very aggressive later on. But you see, take a deeper look at the mid side right now. Zakif and Clockun just dealing with the wave really well as Nova Escobar and Suelo. Hylos plus this Zuxin is a very classic combination. You got a lot of slows, you got a lot of crowd control-ish ability for you to deal against your opponent. But right now, Malcuti and Natco doing a good amount of damage towards each other right there.
Yeah, the Claude Harif matchup is actually pretty even when it comes to these early levels, which is surprising considering Claude is supposed to be a late game scaler. Ever trying to wait for it, but you can see that MelQT already knows the timing. He's positioning safely because he knows this is roughly when the jungler will make an appearance.
I mean, I like the trial by Natco as well, you know, just beating the Cloud out of position right there to go in for him. But as you mentioned, MelQT noticed or he's aware that the jungle rotation was definitely right there. Zakif gonna take a good amount of damage before the first turtle is gonna begin by Hazel.
Yeah, Zakif already at half HP is actually really bad. Violence has to be used. Phantom Steed comes out. They try to blink forward into the turtle pit, but they're gonna get lifted up on error 404. Turtle dropping low. Pikido not able to chase down Hazel, so Hazel secures the turtle. Does end up trading though, so both junglers will fall.
I mean, that's I would say it's a 50-50 result there. It could have been better for Vamos if Aaron Papa could get at least one kill before going down into the hands of Invictus Gaming. But props to Invictus Gaming as well at the same time, noticing where to position themselves after the Phantom Stick was used. Look at how Hazel distanced himself away from that Leomon, even though he got killed, but at least he got the turtle away from Vamos right there.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit forced from Vamos there. Ever 404 could have definitely entered the fight a little bit later and maybe even reconsidered the possibility at all once Zakif had to use all of his abilities just to survive. Still ends up being not too bad a trade, even if IG got the turtle, and the game's still even for now.
Yeah, I mean, a good focus as well from Kokun as well as Sapat right there, because Sapat did use his flicker to close the distance between himself and Hazel right there. But the last damage output came from the Yif to be able to secure the kill up against Hazel. But yep, it's still even Stevens. As we take a look at the economic graph as well, it's just a 100 goal lead from the side of Vamos. Question is, what are they gonna do? They being both Invictus Gaming as well as Team Vamos. What are they gonna do come this second title? Are they gonna be focusing more on one of these lanes, or are they just gonna match up in terms of mirroring the movement from both roamers right now?
I think what's interesting about these team comps from both teams is that they have very similar activation timings. There's not a case of, oh, one team is stronger early, one team is stronger late. Both of them can play off of that mid-game spike, and if not, both of them can play for late game as well, since their marksmen scale quite well. As a result of that, it really does just come down to who has more map control.
I mean, more map control, the item progression as well is gonna matter the most. And it's definitely gonna give a good advantage to one another. Nako, Cutie.
1v1 duel between the marksmen. I don't think either of them should be dying, though MelQT came dangerously close. Neither gold laner should be able to join this turtle, though. So it should be a 4v4. Nova already dropped half HP. Glorious Power comes out. Zeke tries flickering in. Not really able to stop the advance, but Sunfire jumps in his back. Error secures the turtle. Hazel gonna need to back out of this one. Nako joins the fight. Clock could catch him. The Guinevere. Nova and Skolmar gonna be trapped as well. Sunfire not able to be finished off because Yetri gets surrounded and Vamos takes the W.
I did mention to you, Sadafa, the silent killer, Clockwood right there. Very good RWM as well as Zaki. Very good AUG as well. This mid-duo combination is working to a T right now. To be able to secure another kill up against Hazel right there was spot on. Not only that, in addition to that as well, securing that neutral objective just skyrocket their goal right now up until 3k goal lead.
Zone control, name of the game like we mentioned, and that RWM was used very, very well. Makes it difficult for Invictus to really secure river control, especially if the Glorious Pathway is used before the real-world manipulation. There's just no real way out after that.
I mean, if we take a deeper look as well, on the side of Invictus Gaming, once the RWM is used, you can only rely on Yetri as well as Hazel to be able to jump onto the Yve to be able to disrupt the RWM. But in the efforts of doing that, you are going to be taking a lot of damage from Natko, from Zaki, from Sapat as well. So it's not easy peasy like, you know, just immediately goes in to disrupt Yve. You need to be able to survive a few hits for you to be able to stop or to disrupt that RWM.
I'm starting to think that it may just not be a good idea to give Sapat Paquito, actually. His movements in team fights are really, really good. He was aiming down Hazel the entire time as well, which meant the Guinevere couldn't really secure the objective easily. We are seeing a lane swap, both roamers coming over to help, but Natko definitely got an advantage after joining that previous fight too.
Yeah, I mean, a kill on his name as well, and assist on his name as well. That is gonna definitely accelerate his farming later on. Definitely the Holy Crystal is gonna be one of the primary itemization for Natko. Once he reaches that, point of velocity is gonna be very, very hard for him in this gaming later on because Harith is gonna pack a punch against IG.
Both gold laners will be in the bot lane, so again 4v4, fight clear, final slash, catches Zeke, but is that really the target you want? Error initiates, Hazel explodes, and E3 disappears as well. Invictus not able to respond.
I like the initiation, I just don't like the target that you initiated. It was Zakif with Revitalize on. It's not a good idea, definitely not a good idea. It's gonna take way more than that to be able to kill Zakif. And if you can, AOG is still definitely there for him to run away.
Yeah, it feels like I don't actually mind going for the pick off on the enemy roamer, but that's if you know for sure they're alone and you have enough burst to take them out quickly. That happened in the river in front of his entire team. You have to question that choice.
I mean, with a full set of skill is still online on Zakif, spell is still online for Zakif. So again, decision making from the side of IG, very poor right there. I mean, they could have clawed their way back with a good set of team fight, but right now, they are just digging their own grave right now.
The gold lead has added up to a pretty ludicrous amount already. 6k in 8 minutes. Sapat having nearly 2,000 more gold than year 3, already completed with the Sea Halberd. If the Keto wasn't a problem before, he is now. And part of how you get zone control is with EXP priority. Vamos has that for sure.
I mean, for the side of IG as well, looking at their lineup, it's very difficult for them to be able to play from behind.
Into the AOG, dodge with Crimson Beacon, maybe a bit deep this time because the Violet Requiem will catch Zeke and he will fall, but a lot of damage coming through Saban! Comes into the back, the two-man knockout strike! The Saban makes his return, but Suelo ends up picking the double kill. Error 4-4 gonna find his own. Kalkun probably doesn't want to go too deep for that one.
Oh, he got
Kalkun actually still finds the kill! Inside the base, Suelo's the only survivor.
Was there Sky Piercer?
I have no idea.
I don't think so, right? That was no Sky
He
Piercer.
just burned.
Yeah. It was just the effect from the going one. It's just too much for IG to handle right now. But man, oh man, Sapat Kira is definitely coming out from the gate swinging. That two-man knockout strike is just insane, Snava.
It was basically 3 if his first target didn't die before it even happened. I thought that ZK may have over-initiated, but it took them so long to take him out that Vamos could collapse. Sabat picks up Hazel instantly, 2-man stuns, sets up for Error 404. Even dying there is more than worth it.
I mean, not only the fact that it was a two-man knockout strike, but the target prioritization, it was against Melcuti during that Blazing Duet initiation from himself. So not only he set up the kill for Error 404, but he definitely stops the Blazing Duet from going too far away from the cloud, going too far away. So again, just great decision making from Sapat, as well as the execution is super on point.
At this point, Invictus Gaming have completely lost mid-game control. They need to scale, and that means macro. I like that they're sending Melqt to split push waves, but Vamos don't really mind it too much. Sapat can handle him alone while they take other structures. Vamos, they are tempo specialists. Once they got that snowball, they don't let go. So Invictus have to hope they make a mistake somewhere.
I only got 2 words for you, my guy. Holy Crystal is online for Natco right now. Hence why it's go time from him right now. Look at that damage. Waylo cannot survive.
He's gonna get lifted up. Violet Requiem Purify comes up. He actually waits for the last second to use it, but yeah, 3 jumps the backline, finds the kill onto the Harif. He ends up dying himself though, and here comes the bot. He's gonna get trapped under the tower. The Winter Crown keeps Hazel alive, and Suelo picks up the mega kill. Some mistakes being made by Vamos.
Okay, I was gonna be like, okay, you got the Holy Crystal, maybe not in that fashion. You want to go too aggressive right there. I mean, Team Vamos was, I feel like it's a bit of a gamble, high risk, high reward kind of thing. If they gotten a few kills right there with the Lord pushing on the top side, they could look to end it. But mistakes were made, overcommitment, but it's still okay right now.
It's going to be hard for Vamos to actually fight this, which gives IG time to work on the Lord. But Arrow will still pick up the monster kill. Zeke going to jump forward, basically throw his body in to try and get the tower, but not able to do so.
I mean, good effort from the side of Team Vamos right there. Noticing that they have a good advantage with the Lord pushing on that top side, and Zakif was just gambling his life away to be able to help the Lord march in towards that inhibitor turret. But in Invictus Gaming, good high ground defense from them. but still a lot of work to be done right now. 6k goal lead in the favors of Team Vamos. Huge map control on the side of Team Vamos. Meanwhile, for Invictus Gaming, as you mentioned, I feel like this is the time for the macro play. Split pushes, and they are able to do that with the help of the cloud. But you need someone to accompany you in that effort.
That's why they're usually sending Nova with MelQT. Right now, though, logically the biggest threat on Invictus' side should be Swaylo. The Zusin is 5-0, but unfortunately decided not to go for the Sky Piercer, probably because early game wasn't going too well. Stacks in that would actually make a huge difference for IG right now.
Most definitely. AOG.
Aggressive AOG, they're looking for taunt. They grab E3, RWM comes out, they're aiming the Arlet. Blazing Dwag can be used into backline. Clockhood in some trouble, but look at Nako, he's diving in with Subbat. He's dismantling the backline. Clockhood is dead, but look at the rest of IG. They're going down one by one. Godlike streak for Nako. Only 2 left, and now Vamos is go time.
Whoa, we need an interview on that shot call right there. Who made that call? And that could be the winning call for the side of Team Vamos.
They're going in 2v4 situation. Subbat gonna take a lot of damage from the tower. The minions are being slowly taunted away, but Nova Cobra goes down. Killing spree for Nako. They push Swaylo away. It's a shutdown, and the crystal is ripe for the picking. Vamos takes first blood, first game of the series.
What a gameplay from Vamos right there. Clean execution, clean game plan, and a clean shot call. Everybody was on the same page. I go in, I deal the damage, you guys steal from behind. Or let's reverse that script. Let Nako be the one in front. I'm gonna AOG in first. I know somebody is gonna be in that particular push right there. Nako was already in prime position. And then you just feed in Subbat at the same time. It just all works to plan from the side of Vamos right there.
Vamos moves fast. There is basically no hesitation from this team. And we talked about this yesterday. They are not afraid of making mistakes because they know their limits. IG honestly didn't make too many blunders this game around, but I think that they lost a bit too much tempo early on and just couldn't regain it against a team that's so good at snowballing.
I mean, we did talk about how Zell needs to get a good early game for him to be able to play make for the side of IG. Meanwhile, Vamos understand that as well. So what they did was all of the team fights, regardless it was going to be Little Wanderer, regardless whether it's going to be Turtle or Lot fight, the main focus is, of course, the neutral objective, but another focus was Hazel. Disrupt him as much as we can. If we can get a kill him, that's good. But as long as he's not anywhere near within his teammate or anywhere near at the neutral objective, we are happy as Vamos.
It's hard, actually, for IG to initiate. You would think that they could build with a team that's built around this Guinevere.
Yep.
Problem is, I think Hazel is building a little bit more into damage, which means that he's squishy. He needs to have proper setup before he can really enter the fight, and Subbat is just waiting for that chance all the time. He is finding these punches, he's dropping Hazel to half HP, and without that Violet Requiem, IG has a much tougher time.
I mean, we managed to see a couple of times that the fact that Subbat flickers in, Hazel was just immediately gone from the punches of the Pakiro. But hence why he is our deserving MVP for game number 1 right there. I mean, not only the knockout strike was good, the decision making was good, the rotation was good at the same time. So, hey, what more compliments do you want me to give to Subbat, man? I mean, I feel like I have given a bag of compliments to him already.
We've already been giving him compliments non-stop since yesterday, honestly. I said it during the game, I will say it again. I think that Paquito cannot be allowed for Vamos. Subbat is too effective at playing it. I like the earlier idea of Invictus ganking the lane, trying to set up for year 3, but it just couldn't translate that into anything.
Not only that, the fact that Hazel did not have a good early game, and of course he was going to be focusing a lot on damage, but it means that he would need somebody else to be able to set up for him, to be able to open up the map for him. And definitely he would hope for Nova Escova to do that, or Yeti to do that. And it was just a bit too difficult for them to be able to execute that perfect combination of Final Slash, Violet Requiem, and then Zuxin comes in with the Crimson Beacon, because they are taking 2 much damage from the side of Vamos. From the side of Natco, from the side of Clockwood, it's a long-range damage as well. And Arrow 404 can just goes in with that Phantom State as well. Look at the KDA of Hazer right there. That is not something you would like to see from your, I would say, star player on the side of IG.
Yeah, basically, most of the composition is built around Hazel. So if he's not performing, the team has nothing to play with. And in this case, it's less of IG making mistakes and just Vamos playing too quickly for them.
True.
Once again, props to Zkeef and Clockun. Their zone control is so good. Zkeef being willing to sacrifice his body just to push back the battle line is so crucial for Sabat to make chaos happen.
So immaculate, man. The mid duo from the side of Vamos right there, Clockun and Zkeef, is just something about them. It just works really, really well. Again, they're not, as you mentioned, not your flashiest of mid duo. They don't have, you know, this amazing highlight gameplay where a 5-man setup, a savage within them, but they do all these little things to perfection, and all these little things adds up. When it adds up, it becomes a mountain of a lead, and hence why Vamos gain that mountain of a lead and hold on to that lead and stroll away to victory.
Vamos makes so many impressive things happen that the player with the best KDA wasn't even really noticed much this game. Error 404, 8-1 and 7 on the Leomore just by doing what he needs to do because his team is firing on all cylinders. Natco especially still. Rich guy, nearly 800 GPM. Whenever Harif has that Holy Crystal, he can start initiating fights. That's what we saw from Chiku yesterday, and Natco knows that as well.
I mean, he did that, and that is where we thought, oh, okay, might be a pushover a bit. But again, you did mention Vamos is not afraid of making mistakes, and even if they do, they know how to retrace back their stats and to recover back from that mistake. And it's not a big of a mistake when you are quite ahead in terms of goal lead, in terms of map control as well. So it's still okay for the side of Vamos as long as they are still being aggressive and they know what they want to gain from that aggression right there. However, on the side of IG, Swayler deserving of an MVP from the defeating team, and in terms of KDA is good enough. In terms of the control in that mid lane is good also. In terms of how he positioned himself, taking good care of himself is good enough. But I mean, MLBB is a 5-man team. If one of your player is doing well, it's not good enough, especially when you're going up against Vamos.
We mentioned during the draft that IG is one of the few teams here that has a highly positive win rate on Zusin, and Swaylo's positioning can show that. Again, if he had a Sky Piercer this game, he could have honestly turned the game around for his team alone, but he played it safe because early game wasn't going their way. I won't fault him for that one. His team just couldn't really keep up with things. He gets kills, yes, but that's because everyone else on IG is dying for that to happen.
I mean, if you sit down with Swelo and you say that, hey, you're going to end up this game with a 7-1-0 KDA, will you build a Sky Piercer? Definitely the answer would be yes, because you can see that, okay, I can get 7 kills out of this fight. But hey, I mean, of course, he doesn't not have that future knowledge within him, hence why he's opt to go a bit more defensive, a bit more utility, if you may, a bit more tankier at the same time, but at a certain cost, and that cost is definitely going to be the output damage, overall output damage from the side of IG right there.
Vamos, they are great skirmishers. They're so good at being chaotic, and this is a meta that promotes that. Sabat really returned at a good time when Paquito returns to the top of the meta. And now this is a sign for teams. Respect the hero. Do not give it over. It might be time to ban.
This is the... If let's say Vamos wins this game, right? I would love for Rose to ask about this moment here, because that EOG came out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure maybe there was a vision that he saw somebody is going into that bush, but I feel like I want to know what was the true shot call right there. Who made that shot call? Was it Zkeef himself, or was it Natco at the same time? Maybe it could have been like Natco was in a prime position and he immediately just say, okay, Zkeef, go in right now.
It's clear that the comms are immaculate here. Yeah, because Zkeef goes in, gets a knockoff on Year 3. While he does miss one on the other side, instantly you see the collapse. Natco comes from the flank. Sabat dives into the back, dismantles the DPSs, while Error continues to do his thing on Barbiel. And in an instant, IG just cannot respond.
Oh, look at this. The POV from Sabat right now. Again, decision-making, direction, and you mentioned the target prioritization They hit IG where it hurts the most. Their damage dealer. Hazel is gone. Malcute is gone. Definitely IG could not do anything about it. There was no way IG wanted to reinitiate back because, hey, our damage dealer is gone. So we just gotta back off and hope that our high ground defense will be enough to protect the crystal.
For a very long time, the meta has been for EXP lane, utility side lane. More of damage sponges or just generally team fight setup heroes like that Terizla or, you know, tanks like Uranus. It's been a long time since we've seen players get to really show their stuff on this type of backline assassin. Even heroes like Arlet don't really do that anymore.
True.
So Subbat has found back that mojo. And the question remains of, can the other EXP laners keep up?
It does feel like Sapat knows when to come back, the right moment to come back. Right? I mean, he knows something right here. It feels a bit iffy and fishy right here, but hey, don't worry not. I mean, MLA is definitely here for you guys. Don't feel iffy or fishy about MLA. Mobile Legends Adventure is a relaxing idle RPG. You can collect over 100 heroes, level up with ease, and enjoy idle rewards at any time. Build your strategy in auto battles, explore endless game modes, and fight other players worldwide in a global PvP. Or if you like a guild versus guild of a mode, MLA is definitely for you guys.
So make sure you guys download Mobile Legends Adventure to start your idle adventure today. And that's not the only adventure that you guys can explore, because we have the MPL MY Festival brought to you by Esports Con right here at Stadium Juara from the 3rd to the 7th of June. We've got the Ultra Giant Screen Watch Party. We got team merchandise, stage activities, meet and greets, a food village. It's a lot of food, by the way. And even more for you guys to check out.
I mean, a chance to win an Osbot camera as well, in-game diamonds. There's going to be a lot of lucky draws as well. And of course, there is going to be a very special MPL MY Grand Final ceremony with the upgraded, the Dream Stage. That is going to be the highlighted event for our Grand Final. So make sure you come down over. Even if you don't have a ticket, it's okay, because the Esports Cons Festival is gonna going on up until the Grand Final. But right now, we're gonna head over to Poji with a VMix call with a very, very special guest. I wonder who's it gonna be? Poji.
Terima kasih rakan Kastana, kembali bersama saya Popo Poji untuk Women's Call bersama dengan orang yang jauh di negara yang sangat jauh, Arya dan juga Rexwin. Hello guys.
Hai. Hola guys.
Hola.
Apa khabar korang? Korang, saya dengar cerita sekarang Arya dan juga Rexwin bersama dengan Gen G Esport. Jadi pertama sekali saya nak tanya korang dekat mana sekarang dan apa yang korang tengah buat? Sibuk ke, busy ke, tengah try out ke? Apa yang korang buat?
So basically kita orang sekarang dekat Mexico, Cancun, and kita orang ada NWI qualifier for North America. So basically kita orang tengah bertanding lah. So kita orang pun dah habis game tadi. So our next match is on Sunday, Malaysia time zone against RQ.
Oh, korang ada dekat Mexico, Cancun untuk MWI?
Yes, correct.
Wow. Jadi kepada korang yang tak tahu, MWI ni akan jalan serentak dengan EWC nanti dan korang akan mewakili region sana lah, macam tu?
Ya, betul. North America.
Alright. Agak menarik sebenarnya sebab untuk MWI yang lepas, korang mewakili North America juga tapi bersama Gaming Gladiators. Tapi kali ini dengan Gen G Esport. Sekarang sebenarnya untuk Gen G saya difahamkan korang menggunakan line up yang hampir sama, cuma tukar jungler je. So apa yang menyebabkan berlakunya perubahan tu?
So, as you guys know, dalam setiap team kita memang perlukan perubahan untuk improvekan team dan diri sendiri. So, perubahan di jungler itu harus dibuat untuk kami lebih berjaya. So, harapkan yang terbaik je lah untuk kami.
Perubahan perlu untuk berjaya lebih ke depan. Tapi Arya, saya ada soalan yang mungkin bunyi dia macam jahat tapi ni realiti saya nak tanya. Kenapa Arya main untuk North America tak main untuk Malaysia? Sebab sana bayar pakai dolar ke?
Bukan. Saya rasa bila saya di North America punya team ni, bakat saya yang terpendam tu lebih menyerlah. And saya dapat tanam yang benda yang tak ada dekat Asia. So saya rasa macam benda ni menarik untuk saya improvekan diri saya and improve saya punya career.
Maksud Arya coach Malaysia tak boleh nak kembangkan bakat. Okey.
Bukan.
Bukan.
Ni coach Malaysia.
Gurau je. Alright, dekat untuk pada poinnya simple je, EWC dekat Paris kali ni adalah salah satu pertandingan yang besar untuk MLBB ni. Jadi kalau boleh Arya dan juga Reswi kongsilah, kalaulah korang terpilih kan untuk mewakili North America untuk kali ni, adakah benda ni akan memberi apa-apa makna yang besar untuk korang?
I think quite besar juga sebab kali ni EWC dia dekat Paris, so it's a Europe based so we trying to create another history sebab last year kita orang buat history baru, which is gold medal for the women CM, so I hope we can buat history baru dekat Europe nanti di EWC.
Saya mengharapkan korang boleh mencipta kejutan juga, bantai-bantai semua tim yang ada. Itu yang kita harapkan sebab Arya wakil Malaysia, awak wakil Malaysia. Saya bangga. Jadi pada masa yang sama juga sekarang ni kita tengah play-off dekat Malaysia. Dan apakah pandangan korang bila korang tengok macam sekarang ni untuk tim-tim Malaysia yang sedang merebut slot untuk ke EWC? Mungkin Reswin dan juga Arya boleh belajar something ke daripada gameplay tim yang bertanding dekat sini? Mungkin boleh kongsikan sedikit.
Okay, so actually kami ada coach daripada tim MPL juga yang working behind the scene. So kami dapat banyak ilmu daripada satu coach ni. So as you guys know, Resvin dulu pernah ada experience daripada MPL. Sekarang kami ada coach Subway yang dulu ex-pro player. And sekarang kami juga ada coach Haru yang akan bertanding di Asian Games yang akan datang. So sebenarnya banyak ilmu yang daripada MPLMY kami telah terapkan dalam diri kami, and banyaklah kami dapat adapt dengan sangat laju sebab MPLMY punya kualiti MPL kali ni sangatlah macam improve berbanding dulu.
Faham, maksudnya ramai pejuang-pejuang dolar yang dekat situ.
Betul.
Alright, terima kasih banyak-banyak untuk Arya. Anything Arya dan juga Reswi yang mungkin korang nak sampaikan kepada penonton-penonton, peminat-peminat yang berada di Malaysia, mungkin untuk mendoakan korang yang berada di sana?
Untuk rakyat Malaysia, even though kita orang support North America, kita orang main untuk North America, but I still really hope that you guys can support us until the end of the day. And itu juga.
Jangan lupa saksikan match semi-final kami pada hari Ahad pukul 8 pagi.
8 pagi lah.
Okay, 8 pagi guys. Tolong bangun awal.
Lawan RQ.
Terima kasih. Also.
Jangan lupa band Pakito nanti.
Alright, terima kasih Resmin, terima kasih Arya. Nanti share link live dekat saya tengok dan support, okay? Bye-bye.
Boleh. Bye, thank you.
Alright, itulah dia sedikit sebanyak perbualan saya dengan mereka seronok bila kongsikan borak-borak dengan kawan yang berada jauh di negara Mexico sana. Dan buat masa sekarang ini sahaja untuk slot saya dengan mereka. Jom kita terus masuk dengan panel sembang-sembang sikit.
All right, thank you very much, Pauji, and a very interesting interview right there with Arya as well as Rexbin, who are in Mexico, in a different continent of the world right there.
It's honestly surprising to see that. But yeah, they are having their tournament as well. So make sure you guys go support them. If you got that spare time, wake up early on Sunday to give them all the support we can give as well. For now though, Game 2 upcoming. Perhaps IG should take that advice. You know, maybe the Paquito needs to go.
It was quite funny enough, or the irony was definitely on the high note right there, because in game number 1, Vamos was on the second pick, and normally if they were in the second pick, they might ban out the Paquito, and they did not. And I feel like it was a gamble for the side of Vamos. If IG does not take it, we will definitely pick it up, and they did. And that worked to perfection from the side of Vamos. And I wonder if it happens again, would IG want to use that first pick onto the Paquito for themselves? if it does happen.
I mean, basically what happened there was that Vamos baited the Paquito Guinevere trade. If you get one, we'll get the other, and they're quite comfortable with that. We don't know yet how good Yetri is with that Paquito pick, but we got an MPL MY insider with Hazel, where he said, you're a candidate in 3 categories: Dream Team, Regular Season MVP, and Rising Star Award. And he said, well, that I am worthy of being part of the main 5.
Most definitely, most definitely well-deserved from Hazel right there. When he debuted here in MPL M1, there was, I wouldn't say doubts, but there was like, is this really the real deal from coming in from Indonesia? Did not have best of luck right there, but has made his here in MPL MY, and I would like to see where does his story grows. Is it gonna be with IG in next season? Will he move elsewhere? I would like to see more from the side of Hazel, but so far, happy to see his progress.
He's been around here a while now, so we definitely as our here in MPL Malaysia, but he's not able to reach those highest heights. Let's see whether or not they can take one step closer to that. This time, though, 1 game down, but it is a best of 5 series. Still plenty of time to figure things out. Let's jump into the draft for game 2.
It's definitely Vamos' first pick because I did notice the graph was shown to us. Means Paquito should be led through from the side of Vamos, and they would like to get it first pick.
What's your
but
command?
will IG let that happen? Will IG let it slide? If they do, there is a possibility of a Queen being freed up for the side of Vamos later on.
That's why the Phobius is banned too, specifically. Vamos already setting up for the first pick, Paquito. Now, we have a fun fact with that being Sabat's 60th career game on Paquito.
There you go.
He has a 63.3% win rate on the hero with 38 wins out of 60. So, if that stat doesn't convince you, I don't know what will.
More than 50%, more than half a win with the Paquito. Was in and out of the meta, but definitely in right now. So we shall see. Vamos still have a chance to pick it up, but
there
we go. Learning from mistake, learning what happened in game number 1. Paquito is banned, so that means Gwyn should be picked up as for the first pick for the side of Vamos.
Logically, it should be Gwyn or Harif. Looks like it's Harif, actually.
Fair enough.
Vamos willing to let the Gwyn through. It's whether or not IG wants to grab it for themselves again, because it did not work out as well for them last game. Now, the Guinevere Hunter in game 1 is no longer here, so it could be safer.
I mean, you would like to think that, most definitely, but on the side of IG right now, Glue is also available for pickup, so maybe a Glue +1 is, it could be a Glue Gwyn. You could opt to go for a Zuxin once again. I feel like Suelo played it quite well in game number 1 just now.
It's also the Marcel, actually.
True. It's Zuxin plus Gwyn.
All right.
Okay, still a very standard opener from the side of IG.
Pretty much to be expected here. 2 of the same heroes. No Paquito this time, so Hazel should be able to do a little bit more. And it is still one of the more flexible heroes in the meta, so picking it early is fine. What will Vamos want to do now? Like we pointed out, the Marcel is open. It's not really something that ZQ plays too often though, so I don't know if they'll prioritize it. They could also take the Arlet. Up until now, Sabat's specialties have been the Paquito and the Arlet overall. It's a hero that combos with the Guinevere, so if Vamos steals it away, it would feel better. And there's no Phobius to counter.
I feel like Arlot plus Glue is a good pickup for the side of Vamos. You can leave Clockwood's hero later on, but it does not look like that is gonna be the case because Yif gets picked up very early on to be given to Clockwood. Meanwhile, Leormont as well. So a similar opener from the side of Vamos. I would say a similar hero is getting picked up from the side of Vamos for game number 2. IG right now. You think Arlot is suitable here, or you want to go for your roamer here?
If Zusin wasn't already picked up, I would say it's a good Valentina game, but yeah, no longer an option. Arlet is possible, and then you ban out the strong EXP lane solutions, but it doesn't feel as good. Yeah, Claude probably needs a slightly higher prio since he's basically the only marksman that can really match up to Harif. And if you don't pick him now, he'll get banned later. But it does mean that IG is looks like they're playing the same draft again.
Are we gonna get to see a different kind of EXP laner style here for the side of both IG as well as Vamos? A more spongier of a EXP laner, because Uranus is still there, Terizla is still there. But if you want to go for the backline dive, Lapu Lapu is still there. I don't think Yuzong is famous enough to be picked up right now. Kata Kacha gets banned out, so they want to get rid of heroes that can go on the backside and disrupt the Cloud later on. Arlot is still definitely a contender right now for both sides, so we shall see. Vamos right now, one more ban before we approach the IG's ban later on. Whoa, yeah, themselves ban out the Alice. Okay.
Vamos probably wants Hylos, ideally. That would be next best roam hero for them. Atlas deals with that and the Liam ward quite well. Logically, if IG is already banning Gatot, they should probably ban Hylos too. But then there's also the risk of the glue. But IG does have first pick, second phase, so they could ban one, pick the other for themselves. Instead, they ban Cho. Interesting decision.
You want to get rid of a crowd controller, but you are leaving Kalia still open from either side right now. Unless Vamos bans it here and they still opt to go for, you mentioned, the high loss later on. So there is still a possibility for Vamos to do that. So ban out the Kalia, you get the high loss. Meanwhile, IG for the fourth pick. It's going to be for Nova Escobar. So Glue still there. Khalid is still, Marcel's still there, but I'm not too sure Khalid gets banned out. But I feel like Marcel is a very double-edged sword. It's very difficult for you to maneuver around. If one bad move, one mistake you made, it's gonna be disastrous for the side of IG.
So IG will go for the glue instead.
Right.
Definitely makes more sense. Should be no risk of being directly countered since Eve is already locked in for Vamos. And this also allows IG to keep their draft a little bit more flexible until the end. You don't actually know which hero is in the EXP lane. And that should give Yetri the best setup he can to make sure that Sapat doesn't do his thing.
So for Vamos, they need a rumor as well as an EXP laner right now. I still feel like a sponge hero for Sapat, maybe a Uranus. But if you want to go for a Arlot setup, it's still okay, I suppose. But right now, Vamos is going to go for the Kalia as well as... Oh, Alice! Okay.
Ooh,
So
okay.
another way for you to go on the backside with the Throne of Ruins.
Not a bad setup here. Like you mentioned, they need a sponge hero. And Alice kind of fulfills best of both worlds. Tanky, but can also dive backline to be disruptive. Will heal a lot off of that glue. So I do like the response. IG now going to have the option to get something that can deal with that. I wouldn't have thought of the Sora, definitely. But if IG is looking to team fight, this is definitely a possibility. And it does technically combo with Guinevere, since Cloud Form Skill 2 is a form of knockup.
This means Yetri is gonna be the one up front, or the single target up front. And it could be an easy target for Kalia to just pick him up, pulls him backwards, and then you got the barbell from Arrow 404. Of course, you got the Void Crystal RWM from Eve. So I feel like Yetri is gonna... He needs to play it very, very careful for you to be able to set up that Stormbind Stormwind combination together with the Grid at the same time later on.
I think the big thing here is that Invictus is trying to draft in a way that makes them the more proactive team. They've got multiple catches, multiple forms of setup. They don't want to allow Vamos control over the team fights. That's why they got rid of Gatot as well. Will it be enough? Invictus Gaming needs a point on the board to prevent themselves from finding in a difficult situation. Vamos returns to the land of Dawn as well, eager to secure yet another victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you just tune in to us, welcome. This is going to be game number 2 between Vamos as well as Invictus for our playoff day number 2 right now. Awkward going to eating up a good amount of that flicker very early on.
Glue and Zeusin are very stable lane. Whoa. That IG is going to have that mid lane prio, a very important thing to have on their side because it allows Hazel to secure Litho, allows him to start invading, though Zeke will be here to prevent any sort of funny business.
I mean, I like the fact that the mid duo of Vamos still being as aggressive as much as they can, not giving anything from free for the side of Invictus Gaming. And on this bot side, as we see game number 1, is gonna be a very even battle between both of these goal leader, but Nako gotta be very, very careful right now.
Playing with fire, but he knows his limits on this hero. In fact, he's trying to bait MelQT closer because Error 404 is right here. He's not level 4 yet.
Ooh.
Misses the momentum. Good dodge from Mel. Meanwhile, in mid lane, though, the dive on Swaylo just barely gets a...
It's not something you would like to see from the mid duo of Invictus Gaming, who should be a bit more aggressive, but right now, Arrow 4-4 is not giving up, trying to disrupt as much as possible towards MelQT. Hazel
in the mid lane, Clockhood in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have Flicker this time, so Hazel will secure first blood. In the bot lane, Nako once again close to death. MelQT though gonna get sniped. Error stayed so long to get that kill.
Hey, it paid off. It definitely paid off from the side of Arrow 4-4, and MelQT, I feel like that is a mistake that at his caliber, it should not have happened, because you notice that Arrow 4-4 is definitely very proactive on your side, so you should be a bit more careful. Swaylo,
full dive onto Swaylo. Vamos knows they're not getting the turtle, so they're committing for editing, so they've already lost Zekif, and now the Sora jumps forward, finds Clockhood with Heaven's Wrap. Arrow 404 completely out of position, and the grab pulls him back. Invictus Gaming finds 3 kills.
Coming out of the gate swinging right now, Invictus Gaming, with these multiples of ways for you to be able to set up for your own team. The Sora can set up, the Glue can set up, the Zuxin also can set up. So there are multiple ways for Invictus Gaming to be a bit more aggressive, to be a bit more mobile throughout the map, and they are using that to their advantage right now. And Team Vamos, so far, needs to be a bit more careful right now, not allowing too much kill to be given away to the side of Invictus Gaming.
I like the idea of trying to trade kills for the turtle, but perhaps a little bit too much overcommit there. Definitely not worth it for them. All things considered, though, still keeping up in farm pretty well. Only about a 500 gold lead for IG right now. And there is still a lot of time to play for.
Invictus Gaming slowing it down a bit after a very good start right there. Still not a 1k goal lead from the side of IG, but still a good momentum swing towards them right now. Meanwhile, Team Vamos, we have not seen the mid-duo combination between Kalia as well as Yves, but it would take a bit more than just Yves for you to be able to kill off any target you would like to Tsunami Slam on. Hence why Arrow 404 is definitely right there with you as well.
Yeah, the effectiveness of IG's lineup right now is just the sheer number of counter-engage options that they have. Anytime Vamos tries to start something, there is a hero that can do something about it. And we can see that Zekif has to just keep running. He can no longer stand in front the way he did with Agatot. The lack of vision and Ripper Prio is making it hard for Vamos to play like normal.
Most definitely with you right there. I mean, from the perspective of things as well, Invictus Gaming also are not, pushing the agenda towards Team Vamos right now. But
Zekif's gonna get lifted up and grabbed, has to flicker away to make sure he doesn't get pulled back, but no longer has that initiation tool. Yeah, Tree just waiting for a chance, but gonna scout out the bush first. Turtle down to half HP. Throne of Ruin gonna flicker forward, land on the glue, but meanwhile, the backline's being destroyed by Tree. The double kill. Heaven's Wrap comes out, chases down to Eve as well. He's looking for the triple. Meanwhile, Subbat gonna be completely abandoned 1v3 in the backline. He's buying time, but there's no one left to use that time bot. A total victory yet again from Invictus. Natko gonna trade for MLQT through the mid lane. So he's not going to be able to contest Turtle for sure.
I mean, a consolation prize for Natko right there. But props to Invictus Gaming, props to Gear3 right there. Prime position right there to be able to set up for Invictus Gaming themselves right there. I mean, once Zekif was flickered away, there was no way for Zekif to be able to set up with the Tsunami Slam. And we saw that Throne of Ruins was used by Subbat, but Invictus Gaming dodged that immediately right there. I mean, the target was on Nova Escobar, but without any kind of follow-up. It's just a bit of a dismember from Team Vamos right there.
Yeah, I think that was just desperation from Vamos. Very unnecessary to force that engagement, especially onto Glue of all people, while leaving your backline exposed.
Yep.
We know that Subbat has largely played more aggressive fighters, and this is a different style than he's used to. So there's definitely some growing pains there.
I mean, with an Alice, you would like to play around your team. Yes, you would like to set up with the Throne of Ruins, but setting up alone without any particular follow-up is not gonna work out for Alice. It's not a Paquito where you can just goes in, you knock out strike, you punch somebody and you get a kill. It's a different kind of style right now for Sapat, so he needs to be able to adjust within the team at the same time, not going too far forward and not being too passive on the backside. And hence why Invictus Gaming having a good lead, having a good momentum right now, they are trying their best to get that this started on this bot side right now.
IG has done a good job of generally slowing down Team Vamos' game plan. Their next goal should be to make sure that Natco is not keeping up, because I'm pretty sure he's actually still ahead of MelQT in farm slightly, thanks to the kills that he's picked up. This Harif will still be a problem, even with this 3k lead on their side. So a little more attention down there would be good, instead of allowing MelQT to just fend for himself.
And the biggest question right now has to be given to Vamos right now. What are the options that they have right now? What are the action that should be taken from the side of Vamos right now? Are they just gonna allow Invictus Gaming to have the map control to initiate first, whilst they just focus farming on Natco and waiting for any mistakes from the side of IG? Or are they gonna be the ones who are gonna be a bit more aggressive still, initiating first? We shall see right now. This is going to be the turtle.
The instant initiation, Fantasy comes out. Grab gonna land on top of Z-Keep. Error secures the turtle. Meanwhile, Zaman Force pops down in backline, and the fight is completely split in half. Tsunami Slam gonna be used, pulls Yetri forward, but he's gonna flicker backwards. Blazing Duet comes into the back, but not quite enough damage yet from MelQT, while Sabat buying a lot of time actually. Nomad Cobra will go down. Z-Keep gonna be traded as well. Both roamers are dead. Hazel gonna need back out of that situation. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
It's going to be Zaki for Nova Escobar. So a roamer for a roamer, but it was a huge win for the side of Vamos. The fact that Aeropopa managed to secure the turtle right now.
Another Zaman Force dive. Nako wants it, and Nako will get it. He finds a kill on Swaylo, and now Hazel jumps in. Violet Requiem does not save him in that 1v3. A mistake from Invictus.
And mind you, Sadafa, that was a dive from Nako without Holy Crystal as of yet. He noticed the space, he knows the damage, he understands that the limit that he can go through right there. Hence why he just went in and trying to get that kill.
And no one really in position to back up that Zeus in. Only Hazel, and he's alone there. He would have actually gotten the kill if Ever and Kalkun weren't nearby, but this is what we talk about. Natco is still the comeback play for Vamos, and he is getting funneled.
I think it's also the fact that Natco knows nobody has the mobility to run away, but hold that thought. Now Fury
are definitely going to be used. 2-map knockup from Tidal Strike. Here comes the Sora as well, doing a good amount of damage. Absolute chaos in the mid lane, but look at the Zaman Force. Look at the Harif go. He pops the Purify, survives the shifting skies, but a great catch from Yetri secures the triple kill.
Very good Stormbrand, Stormwind right there from Yetri, allowing himself to get that triple kill. But the main target has not been dealt just yet, which is going to be Natco. Still alive on the backside, but it's a good momentum swing once again towards the side of Invictus Gaming, and this is going to allow them to get that turret on that mid side, or nope, Natco is just going to clear away those minions right there. Good initiation from both teams, but re-engagement from Yetri right there won IG that particular war right there.
Vamos is definitely underestimating the power of this Sora, kind of forgetting his exists. You should not be grouping up and allowing that sort of setup to happen. But Nako is still locked in right now. He's still a little bit away from that Holy Crystal, and that's going to be a pretty important timing. But MelQT is not too far behind with the Trinity either.
I mean, Sapat needs to be able to buy a lot of time for the side of Vamos to be able for them to do something right now. For Zakif to pick and choose the target, Nova Escobar is gonna get dive on, but there is no Tsunami Slam as of yet. Vamos and IG is just gonna dance away on this Lord pit right now. We gotta take a deeper look at Natco as well as MelQT. Both of these players is gonna be the main highlight players because they are the true damage dealer for both teams. So we shall see who's gonna get the upper hand in terms of initiation first.
I would also say, though, that Yetri, honestly, a very old on Natco in a bad spot. Has the Zaman Force back defensively. RWM used to defend him. Yetri not able to find the catch on the side either. But multiple resources have been committed by Vamos already. So the Lord is going to get started on by Hazel.
I mean, this is a good advantage from IG because Yetri still has the flicker and the ultimate as of yet. Zakif right now is going to get jump on.
Yeah, to get grab, Phantom Seed to zone. They're going to pull the glue away as much as possible, but Nova might buy time. Hazel secures the Lord. Shifting skies once again. Catches two. Nako finds one. That's a mega kill. Godlike streak for Yetri. Blazing Druid comes out, doing a good amount of damage. They've already found Error 404. Nako still going ham, but the rest of his team is gone, and Yetri picks up the shutdown. The Sora turning the skies into his domain.
Intense gameplay from the side of IG. Brilliant gameplay from the side of IG. The understanding as well. Notice how Neko has no other way to run around because the Zaman Frost was used on that particular positioning, and Ye3 just played around the Zaman Frost, just waiting for the moments for Neko to dash, and when there is no particular dash, Ye3 jumps on Neko immediately. Not only that, I feel like Nova Escobar was pulled away. It's just a matter of buying time. It allowed Hazel to get that Lord. Hazel was still alive. Mercury was still alive. And Ye3 was definitely still alive for them to even continue on that team fight.
Another Shifting Skies catches two. RWM though, this time gonna be locking Ye3 in position. Absolute chaos once again. Sabat in the back, but is able to blink back out. And Nato finds the shutdown on the Sora. They take out the Lord as well.
That is not something you would like to see. If you are a fan of IG, you are giving an 8k kill goal lead towards Vamos and towards Neko. For all the side of the players, Neko is not the one you want to give that momentum away to right now. Hence why the Divine Grip has been picked up by Neko right now. But as we approach the later stages of the game, right now it's 12-minute mark. I mean, as we approach 15-minute mark, 16-minute mark, itemization is not going to be a thing. It's not going to be important as much. It's a matter of the positioning as well as the map control. Who has the better map control is going to be very, very crucial for most of these teams.
And Invictus will still naturally have slightly more zoning potential just because of the tankiness of the glue and the ability to catch with the Sora. I think this has overall been a very good pick for them to deal with Vamos' more scrappy playstyle, but they are not really able to lock down the Harif. The only time that you can really kill him is if they really take control over the fight and take out all his teammates first. Invictus has already given up 1 gold bounty. They cannot do it again.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Team Vamos right now, they know their limits. They know how or where should this team fight commence. It's just a matter of if Zakif can get a good Tsunami Slam off. Meanwhile, on the side of Invictus Gaming, I feel like Nova Escobar should be the black sheep here. I mean, if he has to sacrifice himself in order for Hazel to get that Lord, in order for Invictus Gaming to buy a bit more time, then Nova Escobar should do that. I mean, he is the most tankiest. He is the most stickiest out of all. It's going to be very difficult for you to get rid of him at the same time. So I would like to see what Nova Escobar does in this particular scenario. Is he going to go a bit more aggressive, or is he just going to buy time for the side of IG?
Well, right now, Vamos grouping up heavily around that bottom river push while Hazel is handling that Lord. Nova doing a good job of zoning, so they basically have vision over where everyone is on the map right now. This is undoubtedly going to be an important engagement for these teams.
You do have to take a focus on E3. Look at the positioning of this Sora. Has not been seen as of yet. Can come in as a Storm win combination at the same time. And no positioning of Zakif at between one and another, and definitely the focus is going to be the main right here now. Mercury deciding to go to the long lane right now and to just deal with it a bit. There's going to be MI away, but the Lord is going to be taken care of.
Vamos knows MelQT is not here right now, so they started blitzing the Lord, but will reset it since it took a little bit longer than they wanted. Nako also going to be forced back right now as IG gains a bit more river control. MelQT will be spotted. They see that he's near mid lane. The question is how much of a macro presence Invictus wants to actually play for. If they can disrupt Team Vamos through the side waves, that's honestly a good idea.
I mean, the long lane is definitely are in the favors of Invictus Gaming right now, thanks to the mini push that MelQT did. So Vamos is going to get a bit pressured on this long lane side, and they don't feel like they're going to react at all. Swalo make the
Crimson Beacon, they're jumping forward. They can't catch on someone into Violent Requiem, but Swalo very low. They're going to commit with Fantasy. Meanwhile, in backline, Ye3 jumping on top of Clockhood. Heaven's Wrath comes out. Nako picks up the kill on the Clock. Double kill for the Harif. He's going in. They get the grab on Error 404, but he's got the immortality. Actually, no, he does go down. The immortality was in blue. That's a bit surprising, but he will fall anyway because Nako is just too strong right now. A mega kill for the Harry. Vamos takes back control. This will be their Lord.
I've said it time and time and again. Harith in the later stages is just a monster. Number one, it's going to be very difficult for you to deal with him with a Purifier at the same time. And number two, the immense damage that he possesses with the Holy Crystal, the Divine Glaive at the same time. And at that particular instance, Vamos immediately shifted towards, okay, we playing Protect the President. We're going to play the Protect the President style, and our president is going to be Natko. Protect him at any cost. As long as Natko does not die, we keep on playing. We keep on the fight going up against Invictus Gaming right there.
I think Harry just needs to be nerfed, man.
Definitely.
Honestly, this hero's a little too ridiculous right here as a marksman. But Team Vamos have completely evened up the gold difference. Lord pushing down mid. There's still a lot of towers standing for IG, but we're definitely going to lose at least one here. Sabat zoning, keeping an eye on the entry. RWM comes out. They're going aggressive. They find MQT! They blow up the Cloud, and now Natko online once again. The Lord on the Crystal. They got the Tsunamis left. They're going to pull one back. Winter Crown going to be used to try and keep himself alive. Yes, Rika has to use the shifting skies to get out of that situation. But Vamos are in the base. Grab on Natko. That's an important target. Can they pick up the Harif? He's got the immortality. He goes back. Vamos have done it again. Triple kill for Error 404. The team white in the base of Invictus. There are no minions left, but there is a wave pushing in, and all of them are waiting on a 10-second respawn timer. Once again, Vamos shows their dominance. They take the crystal. Game number 2 goes to them.
That is impressive. That should be, so far, the highlighted gameplay of the day right there. Just the way that Vamos commanded that team fight. The RWM catches 3 members of IG on the very edge of that RWM. And Sabat just understand the task effectively. Goes in with the Throne of Ruins and then follow up with a stun. It was a chain CC done to perfection from Clockhood as well as Sabat. And that just gave a big opportunity for Arrow 44 to dive in with the barbell, with Natko to just dive in with the Zaman Cross at the same time. If you're talking about teamwork at its finest, that is the best example I can give you.
This truly is the cleanest example of coordinated initiation that we have seen. Up until now, only SRG has been able to achieve this kind of communication, but Vamos, they are showing it. This is what makes this team to be feared. And they have demonstrated that they do not only rely on those snowballs, they are able to come back from behind as well. One game is the difference for Vamos to go to the upper bracket finals.
When we begin this, again, the season 17, I take a look at our Facebook group, I take a look at our threads, you know, a lot of teams being mentioned, SRG this, Team Reed that, RIQ Tora this, you know. Nobody really mentioned about Vamos as much as previous seasons when Chibi was with the team, so on and so forth. But so far, they deserve the spotlight, they deserve the highlight, because not only the fact that the new generations has come in, your Zakif, your Air 44, and the way that they are able to achieve their victories with a commanding lead, no problem. Even at a deficit of a lead, it's still no problem for them. As you mentioned, they are not afraid to make mistakes. The fact that the actions being taken up from them is clean, it's very organized, and everybody just understand the job desk to a T.
Vamos is looking like the complete package right now. And Natko continues to be a stellar performer, our MVP for game number 2. We already said you can't give Sabat Paquito. Now you can't give Natko Harif either.
It's a big ask. It's a big task as well for the side of IG. I mean, you can only have so many bans right now, right? And Vamos not only winning in a very fashionable style, but they have this threat against other teams like, okay, we are a monster with our Paquito. We are definitely a monster with our Harith at the same time. But you cannot deny the fact that, hey, we still got Atlas for Zakif, we still got Yif for Clockhood at the same time, and Aero 44. Give him anything. Give him Diomon, give him Queen, he can perform really, really well. He give him the Senshin, he can perform really, really well. So there's a lot of weapons. There's a lot of offensive weapons from the side of Vamos, and not all of them you can ban out.
I think IG unfortunately fell into some old habits. This has always been a squad that had some difficulty when it came to ending games. They're very snowball-oriented, play a very safe textbook style, but it also means that a lot of their victories depend on their opponents making blunders against them. Because they weren't as proactive with the gold lead they had, I think it gave Vamos time to regroup, time to really give Natko farm and funnel him up. And then in the later stages, it is once again Vamos who are the ones starting fights on their terms.
I mean, okay, I have to give it back to IG. I mean, Ye3 played phenomenally well. The setup that he did with the Sora, a forgotten hero, I must say so. That at one point it was a 7-0 and 1, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of PDA. But the momentum swing once he given that momentum away when he overdived on that bot side, and the one that got the kill was Natko, and that just accelerated the farming of Natko even further. I mean, at that point, the Holy Crystal was picked up already by Natko, but with that kill, he was able to get Divine Glyph at the same time, just allowing to, you know, sell and buy items for that immortality switch at the same time. So, yes, not understanding of or not knowing how to close the game or to play a bit more aggressive once you have the lead is one thing. But IG is just, I feel so bad. I just feel so sad at the same time, because definitely it was a game for them to win. But hey, I mean, sometimes MLBB can be a cruel game for you guys.
I will say if it wasn't Vamos, IG potentially could have closed that out.
True.
But you can't hope for the right opponents here, especially if you're going to represent us at MSC.
Wow.
You can see that IG had the goal lead the entire game. Now, it wasn't a very big goal lead. That is one thing. I really wish that IG was able to snowball that a little harder. I feel like MelQT still needs to keep up a little bit with his farming speed. It's not quite matching other marksmen. But then at the very end, just a total swing as they push into the base and wipe them out.
And our defeated MVP is going to be Ye3, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. I mean, with the Sora is phenomenally well, and how he played right there at the leaning stages. I mean, like, Sapat could not do anything much in that leaning phase. Once it comes to that team fight, I think the first 2 team fights was definitely won by Ye3, setting things up for himself or for his teammates at the same time, and just finding these pickpocket spaces to be able to catch out the damage dealers of Vamos, especially Arrow 404. And Arrow 404 a couple of times walked into that trap of Sora. But you did mention, once IG got that momentum, they did not push the envelope, and that allowed Arrow 404 to readjust his positioning. Now that, okay, I know where Ye3 might be, so I need to be a bit more careful to just dodge a few set of skill from the Sora.
I can see in the highlights, honestly, that Natko was already really popping off in the early game. He has an eye for an opportunity, but Vamos were also taking fights a little bit too messily. That's why Ye3 was able to come in, grab multiple strong Sora ultimates, and build up the lead that he got. Problem is, Ye3 needs to commit his resources into dealing with the rest of Team Vamos. So he's basically saying, you guys need to find Natko. I cannot do it. I'm in charge of everyone else. And they just don't really have a dedicated Harif handler.
I mean, who do you want in this particular instance, right? I mean, Clue is definitely not going to be able to stick against the Harith unless Harith messes up between the dashes. Maybe you would rely on Gwyn, but then again, Natko has the Purify to just purify away the Violent Recruit. So it's a tall ask for you to be able to catch out Harith with a Purify at the same time. This was a moment, oh my god.
A really massive initiation. RWM into the Phantom Steed, into the Throne of Ruin. It was just perfect from Vamos. And then after that, it is a slow process where Zuki grabs Swan. You have the clear numbers advantage. You got the Lord pushing in. Vamos, they know what they're doing. This is a team that, despite fielding a new generation, feels like they've played together for years.
I mean, well, oil machine team. That is one of the definition for Vamos that I can give you right there. But this initiation, man, Talking about perfection, this could be the true definition of a perfection, the RWM, as well as the Throne of Ruins. And the fact that it caught out Malcury as well as Swilo is just icing on the cake. Anybody else could be still okay, but the fact that you caught out the main damage dealer for the side of IG is the true icing on the cake right there.
And they saw the opportunity to do so. The moment that the core showed themselves like, hey, go time. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Clawkun who made that call.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is still the backbone of the team. Vamos, honestly, there's no bad player here.
Yeah, I mean, once again, very irony, very funny enough. How Game 2 ended, kind of similar to how Game 1 ended. If you can recall that, Game 1 ended with the AOG into the bush, and Netco went in forward with the Harin. Game 2 ended with the RWM as well as the Throne of Ruin, and it allowed Netco to enter with the Zaman Frost. Similar, somewhat of a fashion, how Vamos ended game number 1 and game number 2. And you would think IG might need to caught up with this, so you need to be a bit more careful when it comes to the pushing potential of Vamos, where they can just instantly put up a team fight or start a team fight against you.
Yeah, it's clear at this point that what IG is attempting to do is no longer working. It might be time to go back to the basics. Do the thing that Vamos is doing. They identify what heroes their players are strong at and just emphasize those strengths as much as possible. This could be a chance now for Hazel to pull out the YSS, right?
If
you're
you
not
get the
able,
chance to do so.
that's the thing. If you're not able to snowball early game momentum, it might be better to just grab heroes that you know you're comfortable with, that farm quickly, and just play for late game.
If let's say this game ended with a 3-0 victory for the side of Vamos, would there be any difference between day number 1 and day number 2? I mean, one thing for sure, we know Vamos is a monster. Yep.
IG is putting up a bit more of a fight.
At least for game number 2, I would agree if you're focusing on game number 2. Game number 1, not as much. But hey, I mean, we shall see game number 3. What is it in store for us? Hopefully, changes needs to be done, and hopefully changes will be done toward the side of IG. But hey, we shall talk about it a bit more on game number 3. But right now, we shall head over for Poji. I'm not too sure what he's gonna to do with us. Let's go.
Selamat kembali bersama saya Poji untuk satu segmen yang saya kira segmen pemurah. Itu Style by TNT Co, di mana satu segmen ni kita nak bagi hadiah kepada peminat yang berani. Jadi saya nak satu peminat daripada side Vamos dan satu daripada IG. Mari kita pusing belakang dulu. Siapa nak join daripada Vamos? 1, 2, 3, angkat tangan. Okey, siapa? Siapa? Ada yang berani ke? Okey, sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Okey, yang mana? Alright, okey abang sini. Daripada IG. 1, 2, 3. Okey abang, sini bang. Alright, kita dah ada 2 wakil. Satu daripada IG, satu daripada Vamos. Gamenya mudah sahaja. Harapnya mereka mendengar. Sekejap, mana berada tadi? Oh, dah sampai dah sini. Sini. Apa khabar? Jemput masuk. Apa khabar? Nama siapa bang?
Lakesh.
Ha?
Lakesh.
Ya. Okey, abang?
Hus.
Ha?
Hus Zai.
Hus.
Panggil Hus dia.
Hus. Host saya. Hus. Oh, okey. Okey. Gamenya mudah saja. Abang kena teka hero daripada gambar yang kita akan show dekat skrin nanti. Caranya, abang tengok, abang faham, saya kira 1, 2, 3 angkat tangan. Itu saja jawab Menang dapat hadiah, kalah dapat hadiah. So no pressure lah Okey, faham tengok gambar, teka hero. 1, 2, 3 gambarnya.
Obvious.
Angkat tangan. Siapa hero nya? Obvious. Kita tak gambar penuhnya, betul ke Obvious?
Betul.
Alright, betul. Obvious. Alright. Untuk round kedua. Sedia. Abang jangan memalu bang sini. Dekat sikit. Sekejap, saya tak sempat nak tengok bang. Saya tengah tengok keadaan korang. 1, 2, 3. Okey. Alice. Betul ke Alice? Abang, teka?
Saya rasa itu Leomord.
Betul, Leomord. Sebenarnya ini dah 2 dah. Gamenya ada 3 soalan je. Abang dah 2 betul. Jadi tahniah kepada abang. Ataupun abang rasa nak bagi cabaran sikit lagi, abang nak open lagi satu? Boleh. Okey, kita tengok soalan yang terakhir, gambar yang terakhir. 1, 2, 3.
God.
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 Tahniah, dapat satu betul. Tak apa, tetap kalah. Tapi apa-apa pun, ini kita tetap ada hadiah untuk abang juga. Okey, pemenangnya akan dapat juga satu. Okey, ini untuk abang. Dan ini untuk abang. Tahniah, ini adalah merchandise istimewa daripada TNT Co. Sebab tu nama segmen kita Style by TNT Co. Okey, abang boleh buka, tengok apa yang dekat dalam. Baju apa, cantik ke tidak. Abang pun boleh tunjuk apa yang abang dapat. Ada lagi best. Cantik, TNT Co. Dapat juga. Cantik. Tahniah. Jadi kepada anda yang berada di rumah, yang memang korang plan nak datang ke MPL Malaysia, jangan lepaskan peluang sebab TNT Co ada promosi istimewa itu. Kalau korang beli 2 helai baju, korang akan dapat potongan harga sehingga RM50. Tapi kepada anda yang berada dekat rumah, macam mana? Jangan risau, kepada korang yang nak membeli secara online, korang boleh saja guna kod yang ada dekat bawah ni untuk dapatkan diskaun yang sangat berbaloi. Terima kasih kepada TNT Co sebab dah membuatkan satu segmen yang sangat menarik, kepada peminat-peminat yang ada dekat sini, dan juga kepada penonton yang sanggup datang untuk tengok MPL Malaysia Playoff. Terima kasih kepada abang dan juga abang. Ini sahaja daripada saya, Poji dan mereka. Let's throw back kepada game untuk kita enjoy seronok game Vamos dan juga IG.
Thank you very much, Popo G, right there. This is why I live at MPL Malaysia, right? I mean, even if you lose, you still get something.
Yep. My mic was out of position. I said, yep. Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, even if you lose, you still walk away with something. Hence why you should all come down to Stadium Juara. Again, if you don't even have the tickets, still come down here because we do have Esports Con, a lot of giveaways, a lot of food festival here as well, and the ultra giant widescreen TV. I'm just keeping adding on adjectives on that TV screen right there.
This is a lot of stuff.
That's just a lot of stuff that is happening right now here in MPL Malaysia Season 17 playoffs. But the most important thing that we need to discuss right now, how will IG bounce back from this?
You know, something that I should have checked while we were having the break was what is the highest record Vamos has achieved? Because this could be something new.
Okay.
You can check that out in a moment. While I read Natco's quote, proving his place in the main roster. In this playoffs, if we can secure the EWC slot, it can prove that I can be part of the main roster. Back when I was in EVOS and MPL ID, I was a bench player for 3 seasons. Even in season 15, I only played for 2 to 3 weeks. And in EXPN mid-rolls, to be honest, I wasn't sure why my former team didn't field me, even though the management saw my potential.
That is definitely something to, a bit ponder. And I mean, proving his place in the main roster. I mean, after we seen of yesterday and today, he definitely deserves a spot here in Team Vamos in the main roster as well. But talking about the highest achievement or placement for Vamos here in MPL Malaysia, it should be the grand final spot that was way back. I can't remember in season number what. But that was definitely when they were up against Langone Giants and it ended up in a 4-2. They did lost, but it was still a 4-2 score line right there.
I see. Okay, we're asking the players, which side do they lean to? Hazel or Error 404? Who's he say? It's Error 404? We're racking up votes in the audience. We're trying to see which player has more fans. Which side are you guys on watching online? Make sure to tell us in the comments.
Judging by the score line as well as the performance from the side of Vamos, I would like to believe there's a lot of Vamos fans out there. But hey, here in the Stadium Juara, I feel like IG has a bit more fan base here because when we were doing the walk-in, when IG was walking up to the main stage, there was a lot more cheers on to the Invictus Gaming side. But it's okay. It's the 6-player aura right there. You guys are the 6th player of these teams, supporting momentum and supporting mentality for the side of these teams right here. Right now, we have to jump into game number 3. This could be the deciding game for match number 1, or we could push this until game number 4 or game number 5.
It would be very, very shocking too. I think many of us, if this ended up going a clean sweep as well. After what happened yesterday, I think a lot of us were expecting that out of all matches, this would be the one that would be the closest.
Let's play a mini game.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna play a game,
Okay.
Paquito or not, but then again, IG already pick up the Paquito first.
So let's see how Vamos deals with it. This is one of their signature hero picks. Surely they have some preparation if it is on the enemy side.
And mind you, there's no Harith for the side of Vamos, has been banned out. No Gwyn as well.
If Vamos can overcome all of this, they will truly earn their position in the top echelons of the season. Now, I had a look as well. You're correct. Their highest finish ever is second place in Season 14. But ever since then, they've never broken that far ever again. Their highest positioning since then was 4th, and that was last season. If they can win this game, they instantly make upper bracket finals. That is a confirmed top 3 finish. That would be a pretty big boon.
Most definitely. And mind you, this is a new generation of talent, right? With Aero 44 as well as Zakif at the same time. We do have a fun fact for you guys. IG thrive when they get to react. They have a 70% win rate when they are picking second and only 52% when picking first. I mean, that's not a good fact to be brought up right now because they are in the first
They are
pick.
on first pick.
So a 52% chance. I mean, you would still take that rather than nothing, I suppose.
Well, looks like they're going to be stealing more picks from Vamos for now. They take the Eve away, though Vamos already locked in the Zeus in for Clawkun, so it doesn't matter to them quite as much, and they'll go ahead and snap up the Claude as well. With Harif out of the pool, Claude basically one of the best gold laners that is remaining, but we have seen Natko play counters. I believe he has played Clint once or twice. That could be a possibility. But it's whether or not he wants to prioritize it, because there are probably better heroes to grab in the first half.
When you say Nako is a monster with the Harith, the stat backs it up as well. A 75% win rate if he gets the Harith. So it's very, very scary right there. But yeah, I mean, you call it out. Clean gets picked up right away from the side of Vamos to be given towards Nako. Now, I do have an iffy feeling, you know, butterfly in the stomach kind of feeling right now for the side of Vamos. Might pick up the Atlas if IG doesn't bans it out in the last 2 bans later on, because you know Atlas plus Zuxin is a quite scary combination at the same time. You can slow people down. Of course, you can crowd control with the Fataling at the same time. With Barbil, with Clean, you can just decimate anybody that quickly. So pretty sure IG will have a deeper thought on whether to ban out the Atlas or not later on.
Kind of surprised that Vamos would ban Khalid first themselves, though. If they are going to ban him, I feel like it would be better to ban him last, so that they can maybe force IG to do it instead, because Khalid is a good Zeus-in combo. But you are right, the Atlas is going to get banned out on the IG side. Vamos also gets rid of the Harley. A pattern that I am noticing is that Vamos does like to leave EXP and Roam for last. And personally, I like this approach. I think that these are the 2 roles that are the most flexible in the end.
I agree. I mean, it changes the dynamic of the game as well. Your playstyle, your go-to strategy at the same time. Once you hide away your roamer as well, your EXP laner, it does not showcase too much towards the opponent's side. Now, good ban from IG banning out the glue. I mean, Zakif is a monster with the glue as well. You would think that it's very hard for you to stick on to someone like a Cloud, but I mean, Zakif can get it done quite easily at the same time. But right now, it's like Gatot Kacha is the main thing right now, or maybe High Loss still a possible option for instead of Vamos.
I agree.
I mean, Gatot Kacha is going to be the idea. I feel like they want a revitalized hero once again, so you can buy a bit more time for your team to be able to work things out.
Gatot and Hylos are just generally the better heroes for dealing with Eve as well, so this makes sense. But going for the Gatot means that IG can actually play Hylos if they wanted to, and that is Marcel and the Baxia jungle.
Huh. This is a curveball, by the way, because there are 2 junglers here in MPL Malaysia that I don't want them to play tank jungle, and that is Aero 44 and Hazel. Feels like is a waste. It sounds a bit harsh, but it feels like a waste of a talent from these talented junglers right here. But I guess the coaches understand, of course, definitely more better than me. So they gamble with the Baxia jungle for the side of IG. Meanwhile, to wrap things up for the side of Vamos, it's going to be the Arlot. So another way for them to initiate. You got your Zuxin, you got your Arlot, you got your Gatot Kaca at the same time. So, Saddafah, what do you think of the draft for potentially the last game?
It is not a bad place to put the Baxia because basically every single laner on the IG side can output damage and scale for a late game. So having some utility is probably beneficial, especially if they're playing Marcel, just to have some form of frontline overall. But that Arlet is one of Sabat's signatures as well. Vamos, I will say, gonna have a slightly harder time this time around since early game should lean towards IG. But if game 2 is any sign, they are capable of overcoming those odds. So the challenge is thrown. Can Invictus prevent a sweep and keep themselves with their second life for just a little longer?
Now, Baxia has been compared to someone like a Martis in the jungle side, where Baxia farms up in the jungle side really, really fast with the Baxia Shield Unity, the mobility that he has. So you would think that Baxia would accelerate his farming a bit more further than the Leomart. Shall that be the case later on? We shall see. But right now, Team Vamos, the approach is still somewhat similar to game number 1 and game number 2. You have your ultra late game scaling of a marksman with the clean. You have somebody to control your mid game with the Gatot Kaca as well as the Zushin. If anything goes wrong, you can AOG to save your teammates, or you can use Revitalize at the same time. So we shall see, will that be in the favors or be an advantage for Team Vamos later on? On the side of IG, I feel like the fact that they have a Baxia, it feels like they need to go a bit more aggressive in the early stages. Once Baxia hits level 4, once Willow gets a good momentum going on, they need to pick a lane and they need to stick that lane very thoroughly.
I agree with you. Baxia is hold on top lane, a gank onto Natko coming in from Nova. Drops him very low. He is able to survive, but good start. We need to see more of this. Invictus has clear mid prio, has jungle prio with the Baxia, and this is a hero that really needs to go aggro, steal camps away, take advantage of that early game.
I mean, you cannot just sit and wait and watch and see. You can't be passive in the side of Invictus Gaming right now. I mean, the fact that I did mention about the Baxia, I forgot to mention about the Marcel at the same time. I mean, Marcel is just a heaven of a hero in the early stages. Hence what he is doing right now.
Nova may have walked too far. He's gonna have to flicker out of that one to get away from the Phantom Steed. Vamo's gonna try and chase. Yetri jumps back in. Final slap catches two. Sabat sets it up on the golden platter. First blood on the Marcel.
We did talk about the early game advantage from the side of IG. Yes, they were going aggressive, but too aggressive is still quite dangerous for you right there. I mean, Team Vamos right now forcing Swilo to open up the RWM, and this should, I would say, I was gonna say it should be an easy turtle, but I take it back because they have reset it again. So shall be taken on a later date right now.
Clockun gonna be able to dodge the roll, but DKeep not as lucky. Surrounded by 4. Invictus will trade for the roamer down mid.
All right, I mean, almost getting caught out right there from this side of Hazel right there. Got picked up by Clockun, but still alive to be able to fight for this turtle. But he is going to be taking a bit more time. I mean, finishing up the buff first, and this would give a good amount of time for Vamos to set things up. Final Slash did not connect right there.
Yeah, no Final Slash for the turtle fight now, actually. This is go time for IG. Nova gonna stun the backline, and here comes the Baxia rolling in, taking out Clockun. Error 4-4 secures the turtle, but IG is looking for kills instead. AOG forced out defensively. Sabat nearly dead in a 1v1 to Year 3, but he'll be able to escape.
I feel like that's a win for the side of Vamos, right? I mean, only Clockun was killed, but at least you got a turtle.
And they steal the buff.
They steal the buff, okay. Even Stevens so far, I was gonna give it away to Vamos, but the fact that Hazel managed to get that buff away, that's still the buff away. So it's a win for the side of Invictus Gaming right now.
Yep, and now IG continuing to make their presence known, trying to steal more camps. Exactly what they should be doing. Make Vamos run around in panic. Don't allow them to safely farm up, especially since you honestly have better late game scaling on the IG side now. As long as things keep going their way, Nako gonna be caught in blazing duet. The freeze comes through, he's got to flicker out, but they get the taunt in. Catch Nova on the escape. Clockun is here, but the burst damage might not be sufficient. Nova nearly dead, flickers out at the last second. Meanwhile, RWM traps all of them. LQT gonna take a good amount in return, revitalize, use the heal back up.
The understanding right there from both sides, right? I mean, Vamos knows that we can push this because we still have revitalize from the side of Zakif. And of course, we have Clockun at the same time. Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming, are doing the similar thing as well. While Marcel is taking a good amount of damage, he was trying his best to beat out Team Vamos with the flicker at the same time and allow Melcuti to get a few shots in right there. And also Swilo was right there and the right spot to open up the RWM. Unfortunately, not enough damage from the side of Vamos or Invictus Gaming to get any particular kills on that instance right there.
So far, so good though for IG. They are definitely playing towards that more proactive early game. We can see Yetri also winning EXP lane very hard. He's pretty rich on the Paquito right now, which is why Vamos is putting more attention towards the top side. Hazel gonna roll after Nako, not able to make the collision happen. They cut the stun. Golden Hour gonna freeze the Leomord in place and stop the engage. AOG used aggressively, a bit greedy from Zkeep there. He's gonna be stuck under tower and go down.
Not too sure what was that all about. I'm not too sure. It does feel like a bit of a misclick, but hey, things happen right now.
Yetri wants that kill, not able to find it, gets stunned by the bolas. IG not able to find the kill, but they get the tower instead.
All right, mistakes were made on the side of Vamos. Question is, will IG capitalize on this mistake right now? They do have a good amount of lead, 1.6k good lead as we speak right now. I mean, they do have map control at the same time. Look at the positioning of Nova Escobar. No golden hour as of yet. So it's a bit difficult for you to set things off. Yomot.
Phantom Sea, they want to blitz Turtle and they will secure it while Zkeep distracts the backline. Vamos instantly makes a clean getaway.
Unfortunately, IG could not extend the lead trying to get that Turtle right there. I mean, it was taken away from the side of Vamos. As Dafa mentioned, they blitz the Turtle as fast or as quickly as possible. And right now, IG, with a good lead in terms of goal and map control, they have already taken care of on that top side. Right now, focusing on this mid side. It's not going to be easy. I mean, Team Vamos is already aware of this and they are not that far behind. I mean, Arrow 44 is already hit level 8. Meanwhile, Hazel is at a similar level. You want Baxia to be a bit more further in these particular instances.
You would, but I would actually say that IG still have better late game. They've got 3 heroes that all scale very, very well compared to Vamos, who are playing Clint. I think that kind of speaks for itself a little bit. So if Vamos don't regain some control in the next couple of minutes, this game is still going to be very hard for them.
Unless Clock could opt to go for something like a Sky Piercer later on, but this is going to be a very good flank if it works out for the side of IG.
But they know that Vamos are waiting in there, and Melcuti baits it out. 2 ultimates gone in an instant. Well played.
Nice. Good timing right there from the side of Melcuti right there. Sapat, gotta be a bit careful.
Sapat on the rotation and force another flicker. IG doing a great job.
It's a big win from the side of IG right now. You bait out 2 spells. Oh, sorry, you bait out 2 ultimates. You bait out a spell from Sapat right there. And this bot tower is easy for the taking from the side of IG right now.
Free tower. Nova just walks back, takes some pictures, and Vamos cannot respond. We're looking at a very solid map control from IG.
That is the scaling item from Clean has been picked up, which is going to be the Sky Piercer. Now, you need to funnel all those kills towards Neko, sitting at a 0 kills, 0 death, 0 assists for the side of the gold leader of Vamos. Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming is just going to chunk a bit of health from this turtle right there, beating out Vamos to come out of their own shell, but Vamos is not going to be at.
Yeah, it's going to be a free one, but they're still going to try and force the fight. Fantasy comes out. It's absolute chaos. Sapat catches Nova Escobar. AOG cuts off Yetri. Nako trying to finish him off. Blazing Wave can be used. Error 4-4 dropping very low. He's going to get picked up by Hazel. But the rest of them are going to recollapse onto the Claw. They get the pickup, and the killing spree goes to Sapat.
I don't know what to feel about that stuff. I really don't know what to feel about that. I feel like Invictus Gaming was playing really, really well up until that point right there. Not too sure why Melcuti stood there for too long right there.
They get the final slash on Hazel. He's dropping low, but he's still pretty tanky, and the rest of the team is here to save him. So that's going to be it for now.
And also, I'm not too sure if this is this true or not, but the Golden Hour hit Melcuti at the same time on that bot side, or not bot side, on that turtle pit right there. And feels that it disrupts a bit the momentum of Melcuti on deciding of where should he go and why he was there in the first place right there. But still, it's not too big of a wound for the side of IG. Yes, they lost a bit of momentum. Be fair, the mid tower is still standing strong for the side of IG, but Vamos slowly but surely just creeping their way back into this game right now.
I basically just need to avoid those kinds of situations happening again. They are not a team that specializes in skirmishes. They gotta have a tighter formation and slowly break down through the front line. They have more than enough damage to do so. I still have really yet to see Year 3 do the same things that Sabat was doing before, because they are pretty obvious targets back there. Just take out Natko and Vamos cannot fight.
I mean, that is a true statement right there. Looking at the KDA as well, 0-0-0 from Year 3 at Nova.
Final slash onto Nova. He is able to run away since Vamos a little too far to follow up on that.
Was that a Malefic gun? Yeah, okay, it's a Malefic gun from Natko, so extending the range of his gunshots is gonna be quite difficult for IG to handle and something to be aware of at the same time. Meanwhile, Cloud still not finishing up his Trinity as of yet. Baxia is quite tanky with the Curse Helmet as well as the Chestas Pauldron, but you know, a few shots from Natko is still gonna hurt quite a lot. So right now, Invictus Gaming, as well as Team Vamos, just dancing around this Lord pit. Long lane is... I think Vamos has an advantage right now. And Invictus Gaming definitely have Malcuti, you know, just in the vicinity of that long lane right there.
I feel like Malcuti needs to be farming a little bit more. He is ahead on EXP right now, but Invictus has so much map control that he could be taking a bit more advantage of.
Yeah.
Vamos are still controlling the Lord. They will find Sabat. They get the freeze. Sabat in bad spot. Flicker finds left into the EOG. It's a disaster for Invictus as Vamos collapses. The RWM is good, but the follow-up is even stronger as Natko is able to stand in the back line and totally snipe them down. Yeah, 3 down to 10% HP. Will be able to heal back up, but they've lost their front line and Clockun's just chasing them back to their base.
My, oh my. My, oh my. For how many times have we seen that Sadapa? Oh, damage from Malcuti is quite strong.
He does want to fight this. He knows Clockun doesn't have resources, but it's a bit risky without his frontliners. They're still trying to contest, but Error has the retry. So that's a Lord to Vamos.
If that were Chico Guy's Cloud, I feel like he was gonna he would go in with the Blazing Duel, with the basic attack. Everything is gonna be thrown towards Team Vamos right there. But Malcuti, once again, a bit more passive, not willing to take the risk right there for the side of Invictus Gaming. But talking back about Team Vamos, how many times have we seen that kind of initiation from Team Vamos, right? Final slash into AOG. What a perfect, beautiful combination.
They see entry, out of position. They taunt, they live. He's not surviving, and they give the kill to the Clint again. More Sky Piercer stacks. Yes, please.
Perfect. Icing on the cake once again, like bread and butter right now from the side of Vamos. Lot is marching in on the mid side. Invictus Gaming only have 4 members alive right now to be able to defend the inhibitor turret. Will they be able to do it right now?
Alora's gonna be collapsing in. It's only 12 minutes. Vamos has turned the goal lead around. RWM is good. Catches Sabat. ZK walks in the back. Phantom Seed as well. A full dive as inhibitor goes down. Vamos quite satisfied with that one. Going to back this off.
Definitely they're going to be satisfied with that, Sadapa. Most definitely. I mean, if anybody asks you, are you willing to take any inhibitor while you are being 2k, 3k goal leads, and now you are up again, you know, you have this swing back of a momentum right now. AOG!
He misses the flicker final slash. AOG wins this one. That's already gone. Vamos may have overextended here. Look in the back as well. Yeah, flag not come. Yeah, Tree finds the Clint, and now Invictus fights back. You pushed too far. This is our neighborhood now.
Go. There we go. From Gaming. A bit more bite from Invictus Gaming right now. Not giving anything away for free for the side of Invictus Gaming towards Team Vamos. Great golden hour from Nova Escova right there. And it's just a good decision making from Hazel to come from the backside to just hit Natko, and it allowed Year 3 to flicker in, knockout strike, and just take out Natko away from the equation right there.
Looks like Vamos will be able to hold on to their mid-tier 1, but top tier 2 probably not going to be quite as lucky here. Yep, last hit takes it down. Vamos gonna be even on gold now. Invictus actually skews it slightly back in their favor after that pickoff. That was an important one. That cuts Natko's Sky Piercer stacks in half as well to continue slowing him down.
I feel like it's gonna be a battle of Final Slash and Golden Hour. Who gets a better Final Slash or who's gonna get a better Golden Hour out of these two teams right here? And that could be one of the biggest key factor of winning the matchup, winning the war team fight later on. As we approach the 14-minute mark, a lot has respawned on the bot side, but both of these teams are focusing on the long lane. They want to gain control on this long lane to be able to take care of things so that they can focus on the lot fight later on.
Absolutely. It is still pretty even right now, and I do still think Invictus has the better late game, but I kind of need to see more from MelQT.
Yep.
And EA3 somewhat as well. That previous kill was only possible because Hazel came from the flank when it really should be the Keto. But they will spot Error 404 in the Tri-Brush all by himself. Can he get out of this one? No, EA3 picks up the kill on the Leomord. Final Slash finds two. It's a good setup. AOG man not with the blazing when it comes through, and Sapphire falls. Floating now, we're gonna freeze things on the opposite side, cut the fight in half. Nako trying his best to fight, but he's being run down by every single member of Invictus, and they'll take him out once again. 4 members of Vamos down for the count.
I mean, that is a, once again, great initiation from Invictus Gaming and good find as well. Finding Arrow 4 out alone in the wilderness right there. And just good chain CC towards him, not allowing him to walk away and kill him off. But Invictus Gaming, they are looking towards the end. They are looking towards the inhibitor turret. They are not really focusing on the Lord right now.
Team Vamos will respawn in time. They'll just allow the minions to finish off that top inhibitor, while EA3 and Hazel handle the Lord. Should be a free objective for them. Invictus finally in the driver's seat. Now that we are at the late game phase, all of their heroes scaling is really starting to add up. Vamos is largely dependent on Natko making things happen, and he just hasn't picked up enough Sky Piercer stacks to be that clutch carry.
Not only that, I mean, for Natko to be able to get that kills, the Sky Piercer stack, he needs a great setup. And that great setup can either come from Zakif, Klokun, or Sapat, or the combination of 3 of them. And yes, it happened a few times later, earlier in this game, but in Invictus Gaming, I think they adapted really, really well. They know the timing, they know even if they get caught, they don't need to panic. They have the set of skills to get away from that initiation from the side of Vamos. You got RWM, you got Baxia Shield Unity from Hazel, as well as the Blazing Duet, which can be used to disengage any particular team fights from the side of Vamos.
Lord gonna be pushing up top. There is no inhibitor left standing up there. The final external tower will fall as well. Conceal comes out, RWM catches 3. Look at the damage add up on Klokun and Error. They have to go back and heal, but they still have to deal with the Lord as well. And mid inhibitor is being defended. Zkeep does a good job of tanking the minions. Somehow Vamos still holding, but another wave is coming through. Invictus still healthy, still has their resources. Zkeep gonna taunt the minions away. And Invictus actually play it safe. They're not risking it. They're not pushing.
I don't know if this could be a mistake from the side of IG, which they are not being aggressive enough, or they are not pushing the envelope. At least get that mid inhibitor turret right there. I mean, they do need to overdive it to the point of, you know, get the crystal, but at least get that inhibitor turret should be the main focus with that lot right there. And unfortunately for them, they were unable to do so. Nonetheless, they are still in the lead. They are still in the driving seat. Look at the map control. They are controlling over 75% of the map. Meanwhile, Team Vamos losing a good amount of lead. They don't have prioritization in the map control, and they need to play from behind right now. Unless IG makes a mistake and Vamos can capitalize on it. Other than that, it's a bit hard for Vamos right now.
Yeah, basically, yes. Vamos' lineup doesn't offer them a lot of room for misplays. It really is a full wombo combo, and for Natko to actually be able to get those kills, which is hard to do when a Clint is not snowballing. 7k gold lead. Normally at 18 minutes is a little less impactful, but still quite important when we just look at the lineup matchup.
I mean, the Sky Pixel stack also is not that big enough for Natko. Meanwhile, Support, yes, it does have a good amount of damage within him, but, you know, as we all know, if you focus on physical offense, your defensive capability is going to get jeopardized. So even if Support can do a good amount of damage, question is, can he survive that long to be able to buy time for his team? Meanwhile, on the side of Invictus Gaming, they always have a get-out-of-jail-free card with that golden hour right there. It's just a matter of Nova Escobar needs to land that golden hour perfectly. This is This is quite scary right now for you.
Zekif is gonna spot him out there, so good opening of the map. Vamos is making sure that no one gets caught by an ambush. They know what a Paquito can do. They will be able to push out of the base slightly because IG honestly is not putting as much pressure on the lanes as I would like. But they have enough wave pressure to at least stand on top of the Lord.
Okay, long lane has been dealt with by Zekif as well as Natko. They are gonna make their way back into this Lord pit right now. Sapat is in a good position on the backside of that Lord. But I need to take a deeper look at E3 right now, making his way onwards to this long lane or just wrapping things up on the backside right now.
E3 waiting for that ambush angle. This honestly is what he should have been doing for a very long time, but finally we see that. He is able to go for the split push as well, but if he shows his face, which he will now, Vamos knows that they have the number advantage. But even so, the lineups don't really favor them.
I mean, even if they know, they should know that Paquito is gonna make his way back onwards to this Lord pit right now. Gaming feels like they decide to blitz this, but they reset it again. Sapat misses the opportunity to
dangerous game. We see all the ultimates being brought down. Once error 404 secures the Lord, but they're surrounded. IG is trying to rush him down. AOG used defensively. Sapat finds final slash. Gonna actually flicker out of the way, and Hazel's gonna be chased down. Error 44 finds the kill, but he gets traded away. Killing spree over the Bell UT. Blazing the way with the Wind of Nature. Doing a lot of damage, but I'm not sure if it's quite enough yet. It's still only a 1-for-1 trade. Vamo's gonna back off, deal with the minion waves, and they have the Lord.
Wow. Once again, Retribution battle won by Arrow 404 despite having an immense pressure right there. Hazel did not have that timing down on that Retribution right there. And I like the fact that Arrow 404 still goes in, go aggressively against Hazel right there, noticing that or knowing that his teammates on the backside can still deal with whatever is being thrown at them.
Oh, look at what's happening right now, though. Yeah, Tree trying to go for the split push. Not quite committing to it yet, since Sapat will respawn in time, and the Lord is dealt with. So we're returning to a bit more of a net zero state, but they're trying to see if they can punish Vamos for pushing out very, very far. RWM will catch Nako, forces the flicker from the Clot. Golden Hour catches Zekif as well. He is tanky enough to be able to walk out of this.
I mean, that's a pretty good amount of damage from Swilo right there. I mean, with the gluing one at the same time. And of course, the continuous damage from the RWM as well. So you gotta be careful not to get hit too much by that damage from the Eve right there. On the side of Team Vamos right there, sorry, on the side of Invictus Gaming, I like what E3 did. He did not pull away immediately. He did stay on this long lane or the bot side a good amount of time to just apply the pressure and to keep Team Vamos in check. Like, hey, I'm here. You cannot just end immediately or else I'm gonna end you with a split push on this bot side. So right now, it's going back into the similar case of the previous Lord where everything gets evens right away. And once again, it's a battle of execution and positioning right now.
We are officially at the late stages. 22 minutes in, net worth difference. Not going to matter as much anymore since everyone is going to be full build. IG should still have the slight advantage because they just have more consistent damage output overall. But you can also see that Hazel is dropping off in effectiveness. He's just not as tanky. And because of that, they have to play it safer. I do think that they could be a little more aggressive in their team fights. This Conceal is not going to find anyone.
I mean, it was worth a shot. They did found out Arrow 404 in the previous skirmish. So they would hope that maybe Arrow 404 was there again. But Arrow 404 learned from his mistake, not allowing himself to do it once again. And right now, Team Vamos looking like they are kind of blitzing this Lord, but once again, just beating things out, just wanting to know where is the positioning of Invictus Gaming. Nako ought to be a bit careful not to take a good amount of damage from this Lord right here.
Vamos knows that there's always the possibility of a split push. They will see a tree down bottom, so they have to send people there. So they're going to reset the Lord again. One thing I will say is that Vamos has been doing a very good job with these Lord dances. They understand where they need to be. But IG should definitely be able to take this now. They are in full control of the river. Zekif cannot even walk close. Vamos still trying to contest, but I don't think this is a good idea. Golden Hour gonna come out. Sabat gonna get caught. He tries to freeze himself in place. AOG comes through. It's a good response, and they're actually collapsing in. Sabat goes down. Blazing Duet is good. Hazel gonna run them down. Error 404 4, dropping low on HP. Nako can be caught by EA3 as well. And Invictus Gaming may have finally found the opening they needed. MelQT goes in with that mega kill. Error 404 is the last one standing, and the immortality will burn as the crystal falls, and Invictus Gaming brings us to a game number 4.
That is a good collapse from the side of IG there. Perfectly executed from the side of IG. They notice that this is a small space and it's gonna work to our advantage because we have the RWM. The RWM is gonna trap everybody in it, and it's gonna be very difficult for anybody to move around. I was quite afraid the fact that the Golden Hour did not hit against Arrow 44. It did not stop Arrow 44 to just march in with the Barbiel, but it was just good enough to just zone a few members of Team Vamos away from the initiation that they wanted to do right there. Once they get that location locked down, once all of the skill set was placed, it was just a matter of, okay, Mel, you just need to hit a good amount of Blazing Duet damage against them, and we shall handle the rest. And they did.
Unfortunately, I do think that this draft from Vamos is a little bit too difficult to come back from.
Yep.
And honestly, they did a really good job of delaying this game as long as it did, despite the disadvantage. But having more damage in that late game gives you a lot more space to play with. And trying to overcommit for the Lord was probably a bad idea. But that means we are not going to be seeing a clean sweep this time around. IG, they've still got that chance.
Hey, I'm happy, man. I'm happy the fact that we don't get to see a clean sweep for once, not gonna lie. Because if we're talking about this in regular season, I would be happy to get a clean sweep because we can get much earlier than our, schedule timing. But honestly, good comeback from IG. I do agree with you with the fact that it was a difficult draft or combination for Vamos to play from behind. And I'm not too sure if Carry was banned out or not in that particular instance. Because if Carry did not get banned out, maybe that could be another choice for them to use, but it's still going to be very difficult for you to maneuver around the map right there. But hey, props to IG for the win, and we have to nominate our MVP of the game. Don't look away, Swelo. Don't look for anyone else. It's definitely going to be you with the Yeef. I was going to say Tukshin, but no, it was the Yeef.
He is a character, all right, but I think that's also an important distinction. Zusin, 0% win rate this series so far. Perhaps not the right hero choice considering the way these teams play. You really do need that secondary source of DPS.
Yep.
If Clawkun was on a more ordinary mage, perhaps if they had the Eve on their side instead, it would have been a different story. Of course, it was stolen from them, so there's not much they can do about that, but might have to revisit that mid lane dynamic going forward.
I don't know, maybe. It really depends on whoever gets the first pick later on, the drafting sequence, because we shall talk a bit more about this game later on, because I feel like maybe the fact that Vamos did not had any good first pick on their side because Haris was banned out, Quinn was banned out, and then Paquito was picked up first by the side of IG. Maybe if they let out Yi Senshin, maybe that could be an option for them to be able to gamble things off. So that is for game number 4 for us to discuss about. But throughout this game, I think IG had I would say it's definitely a good draft, but it's just the way that they executed the game plan. Not much mistakes was being made from the side of IG. Although I would like to see Hazel on more of an assassin damaging kind of hero, but he did play Baxia okay enough. Did his job as well, and it allowed MelQT to get a few much kills with the Blazing Duet. It did allow Ye3 to knock out strike the clean, because of course clean without any particular mobility is definitely hard for you to move around once you get hit by the Baxia, once you get hit by the Eve. You definitely have to spare out your flicker to just get away from that particular situation.
I have certain complaints for both sides in this game. I think that the Clint was shown too early in the draft. I said that it could be an option, but I was thinking already that like, okay, maybe it's something you save for later on to see whether it is the right hero. But they just revealed it instantly. And that kind of limits you already. For the side of IG, I am quite confident they could have and should have ended this game sooner. Like, they have a very strong lineup. They can really just run down Vamos as long as they find the correct hatch onto Natco. But
Yeah.
just played so safe, so scared the entire time. It got them the win, yes, but this is the same behavior that got them losses previously.
I mean, I feel like they could be just a bit more aggressive. Maybe 0.5, 0.5 a bit more aggressive. The fact that, as you mentioned, when we take a look at the lineup of Vamos, I mean, Melcuti should have an easy time to use the Blazing Duet up in that middle of that team fight without any particular disruption from Zakif or Clockwood, because Zakif, most of the time, he wants to go forward with the AOG and of course to be able to taunt up the members of IG. So right there, you got no particular crowd control within Vamos, and it allows Melcuti to use the Blazing Duet effectively, which he did. But we would like to see a bit more. That's just the only case that we have against IG right there. But hey, a win is still a win. And it gives them the momentum to go into game number 4 later on. Of course, this itemized progression that has been shown to you guys, it matters a bit, but a good timing from the Sky Priester for Clint for Natco. It's just Vamos did not find a way to funnel all the kills towards Natco.
It's a little hard to play with this one, so I think the ball is definitely going to be in Vamos' court next game, trying to shift things up, make sure that you don't have a lineup that wholly depends on your carry getting farmed, especially if you're not on heroes like Harif, who are just naturally OP and makes the fight a lot more difficult. And even then, Vamos almost did win. If they didn't overcommit to this one, if they checked the pushes properly and kept Natco alive, they could have potentially maintained their gold lead. But good on Invictus for finding that angle.
And definitely, I mean, this was another instance as well, finding out Arrow 4 on the spot side. And it allowed them, or it opened up the gate for Invictus Gaming to be a bit more aggressive, and of course to gain more momentum, more control in the particular team fight. And for that instance right there, Invictus Gaming got the top turret, if I'm not mistaken, as well as this the Lord right there. This was, again, great initiation or great battle from Team Vamos. Capturing the Lord. Not too sure if Arrow 4 should go aggressive on this. Yes, he got the kill, but he gave away his life on that particular stage. Maybe in that particular nature, if Vamos gets a bit more kill, it could have been better. But the fact that it was just a 1-for-1, it just evened things out.
There was also a big mistake in positioning from Natco this fight. Literally dashing himself over the wall into the middle of the enemy lineup is very uncharacteristic and shows that he was desperate to try and make something happen as the solo core. There definitely doesn't need to be a draft to force this kind of situation.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Natco right there. And we're stuck in RWM. It's a small proximity of a space with the golden hour at the same time. There's a lot of stuns coming in. There's a lot of damage coming in. Definitely Natco could not survive in that particular instance at all. I mean, again, you're not using a Harith where you can just dash away, get shield, and just survive as much as possible, right? But if I were him, I would definitely be spamming a lot more faster than that. But he just pick and choose the placement of the RWM. So hence why he is the MVP, hence why he's the pro player, and I'm just sitting here with you.
100% win rate on the Eve this match so far. 0% on the Zusin. Perhaps this is the new prio pick for this particular matchup. At the very least, I think it's time to revisit how important Zusin actually is in these drafts, because having damage seems to be kind of important.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, on your mid side, on your EXP side, because once your goal laner are no longer available to dish out that damage that he needs to be able to do so, then you have to rely on your secondary damage player. And most of the time, that will be your jungler, that will be your mid laner, that will be your EXP laner. It depends on the hero pool that they use, of course. But hence why we see the Yif gets prioritized a lot more frequent nowadays. The fact that your glowing wand can deal a good amount of damage with the... I mean, you could go off a mage fighter build at the same time. Some of them go for anti-Keras to just be a bit more tankier so that you can deal more damage much not longer. So it's just a very, very good hero. Good set of skills. You got crowd control, you got damage, you got mid prio at the same time. So definitely something to be challenged apart from Zuxin at the same time, because I still feel Zuxin is still a strong hero right there.
She is still a strong hero, but you gotta build that lineup around her. You gotta be able to maximize her usage, because unlike other mages, she just doesn't really scale. She's very slow in her DPS compared to other slow DPS mages as well. So we'll see what happens going next. It's clear that Vamos will learn something from this situation. IG definitely as well, getting a much needed boost of morale from that victory, but the fight is not over yet. I still feel like they play somewhat slow for what this meta requires of you, and that could cost them.
I mean, something needs to be changed, of course, still for the both of the side of the teams, but that will be shown on game number 4 later on. We do have a special announcement for you guys. The exclusive dynamic portrait and radiant skin for Leslie Angelic Engine is now available for grabs. You can enjoy a 20% discount during the first month, and that will last until, well, technically it's still over because we already approached month of June already, but still, it's still available for you guys to grab. The dynamic portrait skin is only 640 diamonds, and the radiant skins are only 200 diamonds, so make sure you log in to the game to claim the legend Leslie skin today.
It's always nice to have fancy stuff, legend skins, radiant kits, they're all cool. But for now, we're gonna jump to a short break, make sure these teams have the rest they need to prepare for game number 4. I heard that Poji's got something going on, a VMix call apparently. Poji, who are you talking to?
Terima kasih kawan-kawan, dan inilah masanya untuk saya Poji bersembang dengan orang yang boleh saya kira terhebat di planet, DJY. Hello DJY.
Poji, what's good?
Okay, how are you, my man?
I'm good, Poji. How are you guys doing? How is everyone doing?
Well, technically we are having quite a fun game over here and watching Invictus just bounce back from just losing 2-0. And DJY, I just want to ask you a few questions. Is it okay with you?
Okay, why not? Why not? I'm in the interview already. Give me some questions. Give me some spicy one, you know?
All right. First of all, this is one of the biggest stage for Malaysian MLBB. So, in your opinion, what do you think about the dream stage experience so far?
I saw the stage, bro. It's amazing, bro. The stage is amazing. I mean, comparing to all the other playoffs, I mean, I think so far, I think it's pretty cool. But still, I still think, you know, the M series was the pretty far superior one. But still, this playoffs stage is still pretty good, man. Still pretty good. I saw it, and you know, it's at least above the level of last season.
But we cannot compare to M series. This is a local event, local tournament. Maybe you can compare because as I've been informed that you attend MPL PH playoff, and having seen both MPL Malaysia and Philippines up close, what do you think that MPL MY teams need to gap between the MY and PH teams?
Okay, that's a pretty spicy question. So what?
You just can be honest, actually.
Okay. What does MPL Malaysia team needs to gap? Like, let's say TLPH, right? And Falcons, the MSC representative. Honestly, bro, I think they just need to focus on their own strength. Don't need to try to be like, the Philippines. Try to just be like themselves. Try to just adapt their own meta. And honestly, bro, I think SLG and Vamo. Whoa. I mean, wait. We haven't even reached the grand finals yet.
Not yet.
MPL MY, but MPL MY teams definitely have a good chance this season around, since it also got franchise. And I seen this season all the MPL MY teams are pretty strong compared to last season.
All right. Okay. And also, I saw that you've been playing solo queue rank in Philippines server. So, people often say that Philippines server is one of the hardest server for Mobile Legends. So, for now, you've been playing over there. So, what do you think that you can get between, the Malaysian and, Philippines server?
Honestly, in solo, because I play solo, right? In solo rank, it's pretty much the same between Malaysia and the Philippines. But I still think in 5-man, the Philippine server is still harder than Malaysia. But in terms of solo rank, I think it's pretty much the same. It's really up to the player. But I would say that both server has different kind of picks and meta though. So it's actually pretty fun. But difficulty-wise in solo, it's pretty much the same. You still get the Dark Systems teammates, and yeah.
But But you're still reaching Mythical Immortal, and are you sure you weren't carried by them?
It's up to you guys to judge. I got a 61% win rate. What do you think, Poji? Did I do good? 61% win rate or solo to Immortal. Do you think that's good?
Maybe good or maybe carried. Don't know. I cannot say so much about that.
Okay.
Now that you have leveled up by playing in Philippine server, who in MPL Malaysia that you think you can get with?
I don't want to gap MPL Malaysia. I want to gap Crowd TZ, you know? I want to gap the best team in the world.
The best player in the world. That's too long range even for me.
Yeah. It's just, you know, that's just my goal, you know? That's just my goal.
Alright, it's a good goal actually. But by the way, DJY, when can I see you again? Maybe playing in MPLMY? Because last time in Nobi, you didn't even get a chance to play, right?
Oh, actually, I do want to play in the pro scene. So next season, I'm looking forward to playing the pro scene one more time. I'll be making my own team. So we'll see about that. I mean, it's not really announced yet, but I'll tell it here. But I'll be making my own team soon. You know, you get to see me play soon in the pro scene.
In the pro scene, which is it MPL or MAL?
Secret.
Maybe in PH. Alright. So before we end our call, is there anything you want to, you know, shout out to all the fans that are watching you right now, maybe in your stream and in MPLMY stream?
To all the fans in the venue and watching right now online, I just want to say thank you guys for watching and supporting MPL Malaysia. And, you know, MPL Malaysia has really been amazing this season, and I really enjoy it. I'm going to be honest, this season was more entertaining than last season, in my opinion. And, you know, I'm a Vamos fanboy, so I hope Vamos 3 wants it. I hope Vamos win today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, DJY.
I got you, Poji. Have a good one in the venue. Everyone, bye. See you guys. Take care.
Alright. Dia fans sebenar Vamos. Dia adalah Forza Vamos yang sebenar. Mungkin macam dia cakap dia nak join dengan MPL, mungkin dia akan join dengan Vamos. Tapi apa-apa pun itu saja daripada saya dan juga DJY. Sekarang kita nak kembali semula kepada match kita. Kita tak dia orang boleh tutup game ke tak? Jom.
Alright. Thank you very much, Poji and DJY, foreshadowing who might be our grand finalist right there. A little bit. He let it slip. I mean,
the script stick.
But he did not hide the fact that he is a Vamos fanboy. So good for him. I mean, supporting a team, you know. I have I wouldn't say a beef, but you know what grinds my gears? A fan who is a supporter of all teams. You know, you're not dedicated yourself to a one team. Like I support. One day I can support SRG.
You don't like that?
I don't like that. I mean, you need to stick to one. Die or live, win or lose, whatever happens, do or die. But that team, have some integrity. Have some faith in your team, despite whatever team that is.
I see.
It's a very safe option. Like, okay, if I ask a friend of mine, oh, which team do you support? Oh, no, I just support all teams. Like, it's a boring answer, man. Plus, I cannot like call you out if your team.
But what if they say like, oh, I don't support any team?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. If you don't support, if you don't want to support, then don't support any team. You can't say like, oh, I support all teams.
Or like, what if they say like, oh, I just support the teams that are doing good?
That I have a big problem of, because you are a glory hunter.
I see.
All right, don't be a glory hunter. You stick by your team till the end. Unless your team disbands, then there's a different case.
So who's your team?
For this season?
Yeah.
I was gonna go for Vamos, not gonna lie.
Okay.
I really like
All
Vamos. So hopefully they can do well. Even if they lose, still there is still a second chance, right? So okay.
Well, their head-to-head is honestly really close here. Both 9 wins, 5 losses. Only an extra game played either way from the Invictus side. We got a 1% extra win rate from Coach Valdo and a slightly longer game time from Invictus.
I mean, that's why we seen a bit more of a fight from the side of IG in game number 3. in game number 2 as well, but not so much in game number 1. So if we take a look at, if we would like to draw a graph for the side of IG, they are definitely improving from game number 1 up until game number 3. So game number 1 was, I wouldn't say a total decimation, but they did a lot of mistakes here and there. Game number 2, they improved themselves, even though they did not get a win, but still a good improvement. And game number 3, they managed to get a win. Now, consistency is key, everybody. Okay, it's good that they got a win in game number 3, forces us to go into game number 4, but are they able to continue on this trend of a win to force us into a deciding game number 5?
We will see, because Vamos is back on the blue side, and we know they like blue side because they can first pick Paquito. They've already banned Phobius. Paquito is open. Will they go for it? They do decide to ban the Marcel and the YSS this time around, though, but that doesn't sound like Paquito. That's the Freya. It got let through.
A change of a draft. This is very interesting because according to trend, they're definitely gonna pick up the Paquito as the first pick if it's available, but they opt to go off a different route this game. I mean, hey, it's still not the end of things yet. If they lose this game, there will still be game number 5. So maybe just trying things out for the side of Vamos is the idea right now. But IG is not gonna let the opportunity to go to waste. Paquito gets picked up with Zuxin. I feel like Vamos Eve +1 might be the idea here.
Eve is still very solid, still 100% win rate this match. We talked about the Zeus and Eve combo. IG still feels confident in their choice. We don't know whether this Freya is going to be in gold or EXP as well. I'm kind of curious how the matchup goes with Paquito, because I can see Paquito winning early, but then Freya should probably win out around level 4.
I would like to see Freya on the EXP side, and you pick up the Ultra Ligim marksman for the side of Neko later on. This is a good combination from Vamos. Straightforward combination, but still good combination. Kalia plus Harley as the picked up for the side of Vamos, showcasing on what they are gonna play for this game. Is a pick-off potential and it's a burst composition from the side of Vamos. Hit and run basically from Vamos with the Harley pickup. IG right now, do they pick up their very own jungler right here? And if they do so, is it still gonna be the Bucks? Yeah.
Well, IG is the only team that succeeded with the Saber versus Harley.
I like what you're thinking. And I like where this is going.
But it is a little risky to play into Kalea. They will pick up the Gatot, which I think is a much safer option, and the direct Kalea counter as well. So IG has definitely learned some lessons from their previous games. With the Harley appearing as well, it is an indirect denial to the Claude, so we're not going to see that prioritized.
Now, if, let's say, carry does not get banned out, I would like to see Vamos pick it up for Nako. I feel like Kalea carry is a good combination. You got Gata Kacha and you got carry, you got a natural tank killer on your own side, and you got Kalea to set up those skills towards the carry later on. You pick up, in this scenario, I still feel like you pick up a flicker, of course, because you need to be able to run away from the Paquito later on. So you would definitely need a flicker for you to get away from the knockout strike. But Lunox bans out. Lunox is definitely not the hero that, crosses my mind.
It's a hero that would be able to escape from being caught by the heroes shown by IG right now.
Fair enough.
And Eve is probably not as good a combo with Harley Kalea. If IG is looking at this, they might even ban the Gourd, actually.
Yeah.
Because that is usually a hero that works well with the Harley.
Good shout out. You say Will Valentina gets picked up for Clawkun?
Valentina for Clawkun.
Not much of skill set to steal apart from what? The...
yeah, no, not this game.
Good, right? Okay, they don't ban out the God, so the God is still viable for Vamos right now. They ban out the Uranus, very interesting. Vamos right now needs to ban out, okay, they already ban out the Marcel, they ban out the Baxia. Okay, they want to ban out the Diomon.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
I mean, Saber is not that bad. I hate that how those words needs to be able to come up from my mouth, but I don't disagree with it. Not gonna lie.
It's just whether IG is willing to risk it. They succeeded with it once before. Do they hedge their bets on succeeding again? Remember, they are still one loss away from being dropped to the lower brackets, and things do get pretty scary down there. You still got the Suyo, maybe a little less efficient against the Harley, but still one of the safer ones. Still keep it for last though, and start things with the Moskov.
Alright, fair enough. I think Moskov is a staple picked up. You can join teamfights from far away, even if you're in the long day, but you need to be able to hit your SOD later on. Another reason why I do like the Saber pickup, if let's say Kalia gets a bad initiation, you know, you miss your jump, you miss your initiation, and Saber can instantly punish the Kalia later on with that triple sweep of his own. So that could be another idea from the side of IG. But right now, for Vamos, if you want a Sponge EXP, then you still have the Alice. You still can go for... oh wait, that's the Freya, so you need a marksman right here, right? So you still go for the Valen and the Hilda, so it's gonna be a Freya lean later on, alright.
Could be a little risky not having a marksman on your side, but Freya does scale pretty well, and you have the Harley too, so I think this is a little okay for Vamos. They want to up the momentum basically. They didn't have a comp that could fight very quickly in the last game, and that cost them a lot of early minutes. So they're switching things up. They're going directly for as much lane priority as possible.
No, I don't think you go for the... Okay, they go for Hayabusa.
Wow.
Talking about heroes that I have not seen as much. Only 2 times has been picked up right there. So very interesting. The Hayabusa gets picked up. So I mean, if Harley can hit and run you, I mean, Hayabusa can do the similar thing as well. So similar idea, I suppose, from the side of IG right now.
All right. It's interesting. Hayabusa has found some success in other leagues. I remember casting a couple games of it in MSL Myanmar, I think it was. But it is definitely a hero that you only really fall back to because it is necessary. I can see it being a good matchup to the Harley, though, with that Ogi Shadow Kill iframes.
Yep. But once again, if Hazel does not have a good early game, and the Hayabusa falls off, it's gonna be tough for you to bounce back again.
Yeah, this is the adjustment that Vamos has decided to make after their first loss in the entire playoffs earlier. Will they be able to come back from that defeat, or will we go to a full series for the first time this season? Let us find out, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the land of Dawn.
Now you have Valentina on the side for the side of Vamos, right? You have a very decent secondary damage dealer on your side. Question is, will Clockman be able to use it to effective up against Invictus Gaming, who necessarily have a very strong mid-lane duo with the Gatam Kacha as well as Zuxin later on. Another question that pops up into my mind is, what sort of skill would Clockman want in his arsenal right now? You take Zuxin?
It's either Zusin ult for defensive play or AOG, basically, I think. There's not much else that Clockman can work with this time. Vamos already going for the very aggressive invades, which is good.
Very, very aggressive right there. Not giving an inch of space for Hazel to farm up with the Hayabusa later on. But I feel like Aerofall, once he hits that level 4, this is a good damage going into Ye3. Forces him out of the lane a little bit. He needs to be able to recall this, or else, he needs to be able to recall this. So feel like a win from the side of support on the AXB side. Once Harley hits level 4, I would like to see which lane he prioritizes on right now to use that deadly magic later on.
It's the same for Hayabusa. Hazel just hit level 4 actually, so he's slightly faster than the Harley. Not gonna have as easy lanes to gank since it's literally Hilda and Freya, which are not easy targets.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the target that you want to be able to hit the Augie Shadow Kill, unless you get some help from maybe Zuxin or the Kacha as well. Okay, Aerofall hits level 4 right now. Immediately working his way on this bot side, but
look up top. Nako might be in trouble. I think that was the Zusin ult to try and chase him, but he's able to dash away, and now they know that Invictus is not fighting this. Look at the SOD, gets blocked by Ziki. Free turtle.
And he knows the SOD is gonna connect later on, so just standing in the way of the SOD blocks it away. So good call from Ziki right there. So far, although both of the assassins have already hit level 4, but no Augie Shadow Kill, no deadly magic as of yet. Just securing their farm away individually right now.
A slightly slower early game right now. Both teams giving each other proper respect. because there are a lot of tools on both sides to punish heavy jungle invades. So they're just not taking that chance. Natko is winning lane right now though. 1 level up on the Moskov as expected.
And it's not going to be easy for you to win against Freya in the laning phase. I mean, that is just a one-way victory for the side of Freya unless you bring in some help, as what they are doing right now. Nova Escobar is on the top side. Natko just going to walk away from that particular notion. On the bot side, nothing is happening as well. I mean, between Hilda as well as Pakiro, both of them just clearing their wave respectively. And once again, we are approaching the 4th minute mark. No actions as of yet, despite having good early game heroes.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Vamos isn't trying to force anything on the map. You would think that with the way they drafted, they were attempting to be a lot more proactive this game, but they're gonna be the first ones caught instead. Zcube gets taunted, has to flicker away. A lot of commits from Invictus already. Sabat gonna come in from the side, but they're all grouped up, so you don't really want to force that one.
Good little skirmishes between both of these teams, but again, no blood as of yet. No life has been taken as of yet. Now we are approaching the 4th minute mark, and it's gonna be the 2nd turtle right now on this bot side. Arrow 4 is just hovering around right now. In terms of late game potential right now, it should be IG, right? I mean, they have a pure marksman on their side with the Moskov.
Well, it's not totally guaranteed because of the Zusin. I think Valentina probably outscales there, though that depends on what Clockun decides to build. So it does even out slightly more, but it is a little more IG favored. As of right now, Ever on top of the turtle. Nova trying to rush in AOG to try and stun, but it's still secured by Vamos side. Spear of Destruction will connect. So now it's going to be used to drag Hazel. The new gas shadow kill comes out, connects with the Kalea, and finds the kill on Error 4-4 as well. Sabat in the backline is able to win 1v2, trades himself for Year 3. But here comes the Valkyrie's descent. Nako, can he clean things up? Quad Shadow going to be used. He flickers to try and chase, but they're just too fast. He's going to try and go for the Moskov instead. Will he dive tower for this one? He gets pinned. Spear of Mystery comes out. Clockwood flickers forward. They'll pick up the kill on MelQT.
I mean, we can see a big problem from the side of Vamos is distance closer. They don't have necessarily good heroes to close the gap, close the distance right now. They need to throw a lot more towards the side of IG to just close the gap between them and the enemy right there. But hey, kudos to them. They managed to do it. They at least got a kill against Melchiori. Although they would like to have a kill against Hazel right there. Unfortunately for the side of Vamos, they were unable to do so.
Oh, this is a big commit. Spear of Destruction will hit Clockun, dropping quite low. Might get lifted here. AOG gonna be used. Clockun sidesteps it. MelQT joins the fight. Suelo gets the pickup, but the Striker Tsunami Slam pulls Suelo backwards. And Zcube lands the final blow.
That's a good initiation from Vamos. Once again, not too sure what's going in the minds of Suelo right there. Was all alone in that vicinity, trying to get a kill against Clockun, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to do so. And in that effort, he threw his life away towards Zeki, who just tsunami slams away. Backup came and got that free kill against himself. So Vamos right now, I wouldn't say sitting comfortably, but sitting quite okay in the lead right now. 1.1k goal lead just now. In terms of map control, it's still 50-50 between them and IG.
It's only a slight goal lead right now for Vamos. So even though IG did make a mistake previous, Deadly Magic on Suelo. Drops him to half HP. Not going to be able to pick up that kill yet. Side waves going to be swapped on over, and Vamos has a slight lead because they were able to get the tower down bot.
And that's a good initiation or good effort from Vamos right there to be able to get that turret from Nako, but look at the part right now, gotta be careful.
Sabat literally deep in it, and here comes the Freya. Nako joins the fray. Error 4-4 secures the turtle. AOG used defensively, but Suelo doesn't have a get out of jail free card. Another kill over to the Freya.
That's an easy kill from the side of Vamos, noticing that Suelo does not have the necessary mobility to run away. No flicker because he brought in the Purify. And that was an easy enough kill for the side of Vamos. 3 turtles in same old fashion of Vamos, leading, but not too far ahead right now. IG definitely is still winning this game right now, especially with the speed pushing capability of Hayabusa as well as Melchiori.
Both junglers hold on. Deadly Magic on tier 3. They're ganking him up top. He tries to flicker away. Gonna get retreat. Last hit. Killing spree for Natco. Nova not able to come to his rescue because Zkeep and Clockun slows him down.
Very unfortunate for Yi2 right there. Was caught in the thick of it. Could not get away from...
Shadow Kill used defensively. Hazel has to use retreat too just to get his buff.
I mean, it's still okay, right? I mean, it will still get back up once again before the Lord spawn.
Flicker, Tsunami Slam, they got the higher boost. Can Hazel get out? No, the AOG's a bit too late. Mega kill for Nako. But they will lose Zkeep in exchange. Support also very low. Revitalize used to heal back up. Nako goes for mid tier 1. He finds it. He might be in some difficulty, but look at him go! The 1v3 gets knocked back. Flickers forward. Unstoppable streak for Natco.
This is why you ban out the Freya, right? This is why you ban out the Freya. Just... I mean, yes, she is considered as a melee type hero, but the splash damage from the Freya right there, it feels like it's a ranged hero right there. The fact that Swallow was standing behind, and yes, Flicker was used, but it was enough. The distance was enough, the reach was enough for Netco to get that kill against Swallow.
I think one thing we have to note is that originally Natco was known as a fighter gold lane specialist. So this is right up his alley. And now MLQT is gonna get spotted. Deadly Magic. Oh, he's dead. Yep, he's not surviving that one.
What was he doing there? Out of all the places he could have been, it was just outskirts away from his own base. And again, you are playing against an Hardy. You ought to be a bit more careful with the Deadly Magic attack that can come up from the side of Team Vamos right now.
They're trading the Lord for a big gank down bottom. Natco is going to be a huge gold bounty, and the shutdown goes to Hazel. So I think that is pretty worth it for Invictus.
Yeah, definitely worth it for Invictus right there. For the side of Team Vamos, I think it does not damage them too much right now. Yes, it is a goal swing a little bit towards the side of Invictus Gaming right there, but Hazel ought to be careful right there. Lord has been taken and Lord is marching on the bot side.
Hazel was still able to secure his purple buff there. Still will have retry available once the Lord collides, and still has 2 external towers standing, so it shouldn't be too difficult of a defense, especially since they just took down Natco a moment ago. So it'll be up to Vamos to see how much damage they can actually do with this.
And Natco is making his way in the mid side right now.
Sabah gonna force the flicker from here. Tsunami Slam used to grab Nova Escobar into the Magic, but Revitalize honestly healing him a lot. He's gonna survive this one. Lord still pushing down bot lane. Natco has returned to join the fray. MLQT is gonna start burning it down, but not able to do it fast enough before it collides. The lift up on Sabah throws him into the base. He's gonna have to flicker out of there as well. The holy defenses should handle the rest. In fact, Suelo gonna try and prevent it from being used in the mid lane and successfully does so.
I think it's a good effort from the side of Vamos right there to try to get as much as they can, but Invictus Gaming also understand that they also have a good high ground defense with the Zoom Shade, as well as the Hayabusa can just Augie Shadow away all the minions to just take care of things in the leading phase or in the leading phase just now to be able to clear out those minions. Meanwhile, IG right now, although the Vamos are in the lead in terms of goal and map control, IG with that SOD can instantly change the momentum of the team fight if it hits on the right direction right now.
Looks like we're gonna see some small skirmish trades outside the base, but Invictus will be able to hold on to their remaining inhibitors and holy defenses, though those will expire in another 30 seconds anyway. Looking at the gold difference, much of the gold advantage is in Natco. Even if he did get shut down, he got 5 kills under his belt, nearly full items already.
I mean, 2k goal difference between Natco as well as Melcuti, where Melcuti has already picked up the Holy Trinity for the marksman, as well as completing the tough boots towards himself to have a bit more CD or crowd control reduction. That's the word that I was looking for right there. But Air44 trying to find a way against the A3, not managing to get a kill right there. So it should be 5 versus 5 right now as we approach the 13-minute mark, and it requires less than 20 seconds right now for the Lord to spawn on the top side. Look at the positioning of Team Vamos right now. They are taking care of that long lane. They are sending Natco to clear things up so that they can focus on the Lord as we speak right now.
Vamos going for very slow and deliberate macro plays, setting up the waves, especially on the long lane to push while the Lord is spawning. So Yetri was able to push up top, but it's a lot easier of a lane to defend for Vamos, and they will instantly get into position to defend the river. They are not gonna allow Invictus to walk in easily. Yetri will be scouted as well, so no ambushes coming. The Lord down to half HP. Nova walks in, tries to get the taunt, not able to find it. Clawkun doing a good job zoning as well. AUG gonna be used, lands in. Oh yeah, Tree! He stops Error forces the Lord reset, but look at the backline. OG Shadow Kill gonna be used, and they're surviving all of it. Sabat is the only one they can nip down. Sunar Slam nearly ends Hazel's life, but he's able to dash away in time. Novax Kobar will just sacrifice himself to waste time, allow Yetri to get a little bit more split pushing in. But Vamos definitely win out that one.
Man. Nako, a monster with the Freya on the backside just now. Taking care of things of Suelo. Once Suelo was out of the picture, Nova Escobar tried his best to buy a lot of time. Mercury was killed instantly. Hazel as well was zoned out by the Kalia at the same time. But right now, OG Shadow Kill from the Hayabusa just to scare off Nako away from that mid side. But this means a free Lord for the side of Vamos and has been secured by Arrow 404. This can be used by Team Vamos to either end them the game right here, win them the game, or at least get all of the inhibitor turrets that is still standing on the side of IG.
It definitely took longer than Vamos would have liked, but they got it in the end. Yetri did a good job of hunting down Error to force the Lord reset, but unfortunately just not enough damage to actually get that kill yet. Looking at his items, yeah, he's going for a bit more of a mixed build with the Hunter Strike War Axe into Athena's. That's why he wasn't able to one-shot. Vamos, they have a Lord now.
All right. The tri-lane push has been set up from the start of Vamos. Invictus Gaming needs to prepare their high ground defense right now. One misstep and it's over for Invictus Gaming right now. But Team Vamos is in a prime position to initiate a team fight, or they're just waiting things out. One wrong move, one wrong step from Invictus Gaming, and Team Vamos will start to collapse right now.
But Vamos also has to be somewhat careful here. There's still 2 inhibitors standing and not a lot of minions pushing yet. So they're gonna have to sacrifice the Lord while waiting for the next wave to come up. This is gonna be an enhanced wave as well, so it should do a good amount of damage. They're gonna start things up on Yetri, who's doing a good job of holding 1v2. Nova also has the immortality, so he's more than willing to stand in front, tank the minions, keep the tower alive, and IG will hold.
Still not be able to knock on the doors of IG right there. IG standing quite strong in their defensive gameplay right now. Team Vamos just itching at their way, trying to get a victory right here. But you cannot be too overconfident. You can't be too over-aggressive. One wrong step, one wrong move, and all the hard work that you have done, we shall go to a waste. And right now, they notice Team Vamos in this particular position of Invictus Gaming, so forces Invictus Gaming out of that place right now. I feel like if this goes on, they should wait for the next Lord, and you might not see any actions up until the Lord spawns right now.
Logically speaking, yes, but I will note the longer the game lasts, the more of a chance Invictus has as well, because they do have that dedicated marksman. Problem is, everyone else is just not doing enough damage. It's once again a case where MelQT has to shoulder most of the DPS. Hazel is building okay, but there's a reason why Hayabusa doesn't get picked up all that much. The Ogi Shadow Kill got a little tongue-tied there. Damage is respectable, but just not enough in the current day.
Yeah, I mean, skills off pretty badly as well right now in the later stages. Yes, you deal good damage, but I mean, with good enough of a defensive item, with good enough iframe, you can evade a good amount of damage from that Ogi Shadow Kill. Right now, Lord has spawned. Invictus Gaming on the long lane as well as Team Vamos. I think it's still 50-50. Nothing much to worry about, but this one you should worry.
Oh, they get the knock up on Swalo. They're gonna get pinned on Z-Keep as well. He's in danger. He's as used to Tsunami Slam, and Natko is in the back. He's already found Swalo. MelQT in danger. He flickers after and Supat finds kill on the Moskov, and that's all of the damage gone. Ogi Shadow Kill gonna be used. Does a good amount. Natko loses immortality. He might have to click back off of this. Hazel is actually turning this around. He's got the double. He's got the triple kill. The signature Hayabusa player has still got it, but Natko jumps back in. He doesn't have the ultimate though. He's gonna throw his body away.
the fight, and that is a massive gold swing for Invictus.
Wow. Just the sheer focus from Hazel right there. I mean, even I couldn't caught up what he was doing right there. But one thing for sure, his positioning was really, really good. He knows the right timing to use that Oggy Shadow kill and just weave in and out pretty well in that particular team fight. Now, I want to take a deeper look at what Hazel did in most of the team fight. I mean, Sapat tried to zone him out, and Hazel, once again, zoning, weaving in and out, and that Oggy Shadow kill timing was to perfection. All of it hits against Nako. Nako Immortality was popped. Yi3 set things up once again, hitting that knockout shot against Arrow 4-4, and it allowed Hazel to just throw away his shuriken to get that kill. So it was as much as I want to pinpoint Hazel and compliment him on that particular fight with that triple kill, but it was a team effort with Yi3 in the mix here as well.
There were definitely some mistakes from Vamos there. They overextended and underestimated how much damage they could take. I think Error 404 especially went down a bit too quickly since he tried to jump on top of Hazel and Yi3 of all people. And now Natko out of position. Yi3 doing a respectable amount of damage. Valkyrie Descent comes out. Yi3's going to die to the Deadly Magic. Hazel is here, but he's got to leave. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we see another 3v3 happening. Zkeep going to tank a lot of damage from MelQT, but there's just not enough DPS from Vamos here to actually defend it. Wait, hold on. They have Natko in the base, but there's no minions. He's not going to be able to go for that backdoor. He's trying to recall, but Hazel's going to stop him, and this is now a very awkward spot. Nako is dead. Monster kill for Hazel.
Does Hazel have a... Yeah, no, I thought he had a Sky Piercer right there, but no Sky Piercer, still good enough. Damage to take care of Nako right there. There was no way out for him, and pretty sure he did not want to waste any set of spell or skill. So he just took that death on the chin right now. I mean, he is going to spawn up less than 20 seconds later on, but this gives the space, the time, the opportunity for Invictus Gaming to get this inhibitor on the top side. While Team Vamos just throwing everybody, just throwing anything that they have to just keep this turret alive, and they are able to do so.
MelQT gonna be able to take that mid tier too, and now the scaling has truly gone out of control. Looks like I may have to take my words back. I thought that Hayabusa doesn't do enough damage under the current meta, but Hazel showing that he is still capable of playing ball. Now with the Moskov and Haya on their side, even Natko alone may not be enough to handle things. Vamos has to be very cautious about this one if they don't want to go to a full series.
I mean, now Vamos are the one who's looking a bit lackluster in terms of damage right now. I mean, Natko, yes, you can do so much, but if you don't have the gap closer, it's gonna be very hard for Freya to just melee the side of Invictus Gaming, where Invictus Gaming, they have mobility, they have distance, they don't need to come close to you to be able to deal the damage that you need to do so.
Error sees MelQT! That's a burst on the Moskov, but the Revitalize is saving him! The rest of the team is now gonna collapse. Error 404. I don't know where he is. I'm kind of surprised he's still alive. Okay, now he's gone. Now the rest of them collapse. MelQT will fall. Natko going ham. They found Hazel! That's the shutdown they've been looking for! Double kill for the Freya. The rest of Invictus know that they are in emergency mode. They're trying to escape from the top lane, but Nova Tobar will fall as well. The Immortality burnt down killing spree for the Freya. A great knockout strike, but the damage is not enough. Vamos is also low, but they won that one. This should be a free lord for them.
I mean, look at the arrow. Look at arrow for heart rate right there. 169, 168. I mean, you surely gotta be really careful in terms of that particular team fight right there. Although Vamos does come out on top right now, Invictus Gaming, do they have what it takes?
They're trying to end it. Flicker backwards. Zapat zoning away one. Tsunami slam on the other. That's going to be Yi3. Look at the amount of shield Paquito gets, but he's surrounded 1v4. He picks up two. Yi3 is holding. He's alive. Paquito is way too strong right now. They get the title strike. Invictus Gaming will hold. Vamos tried to go for the end game, but they could not find it. And now they no longer have free access to the Lord.
The chef know, Vamos chef know that they do not have what it takes to end that game right there. I mean, they don't have necessarily natural damage dealer, and the fact that IG still had the Paquito right there, and we saw how much shield he generates and how much damage he generates with that knockout strike. And right now, Invictus Gaming are the one at full force, while Team Vamos in the underhand right now.
Yetri alone can handle Natco already, and they once again regain control over the Lord. But look at the backline. Look at Error 404. He's trying to push with the minions, which is not far enough. I don't know if he can get this back door. Yetri will be more than enough to send home to handle it. So a good attempt. Fear of Destruction connects with Clarkun. Looks like Natco is just gonna jump in. Feels like a bit of a throw right there. I don't think that's necessary. Shut down for MLQT.
I feel like we're definitely going to game number 5. I mean,
seems that way.
What started that looked like a 3-0 victory for the side of Vamos, and Invictus Gaming crawled their way back. Literally crawled their way back from an 0-2 to almost a 2-2 right now. I mean, Natco still requires 30 more seconds to respond. Pretty sure he will be able to respond once this Lord reaches on his top side, because Invictus Gaming is slowing things down. They're not accelerating the wave as quickly as possible. They are trying to set up this trident push. Question is it enough? Do they have what it takes right now? Tsunami Slam.
They found Hazel, but they don't do enough burst damage. The rest of Invictus is zoning away the back line. And now the Lord will collide. Top inhibitor will go down. Yetri jumps in. Zones out Zkeep. Clockhoon already very low. AOG comes out. Winter Crown's going to be used to keep themselves in play. But Zkeep going to get lifted up once again. And Invictus is still 5 men strong. They're healing things up. Valkyrie Descent comes through. But Spirit of Misery pins Natco against the wall. He's not able to damage. He's not able to heal. Invictus Gaming have done it. We are going to a game number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a match in our hand. Once again, what started to look like a 3-0 victory sweep for Vamos ends up in almost what could be a reverse sweep from the side of Invictus Gaming. And this is a worthy of an upper bracket match between Vamos as well as IG. The improvement, the adjustment, the bounce back from the side of IG, not only from the players, the draft as well. And right now, Vamos is looking very, very vulnerable.
The momentum has been halted. And I think that Vamos have just been a little bit too idealistic with some of these drafts. Twice now you have put everything on Natco's shoulders and not given him the right heroes to do it with. The same kind of strategies, the same kind of risk-taking will not pay off when you don't have heroes strong enough to pull you through that finish line.
Sometimes, the simple things can be taken for granted. Because normally Vamos, when they had the opportunity to pick up a Pakiro, they will do it. And most of the time, I would say 9 out of 10 times, if they do it, they can get the victory. But in that particular instance, or in that particular game, they gambled, they did not pick up the Pakiro, they pick up the Freya, and it allowed Yetri to get the Pakiro onwards to his end. Not saying that he did phenomenally well, he did very, very good, but it's just the sheer strength of Paquito, how strong in terms of damage, and of course the shield that he generates that allow himself to stay alive for a good amount of time.
They could have ended it there if not for that Paquito pick, and also if not for Hazel on one of his classic signatures. You think that you've gotten rid of all the good heroes, man just pulls out his Hayabusa and shows you that even the classics have their time.
I mean, it has been a long forgotten hero here in MPL Malaysia, this Hayabusa, and for a good reason, because at one point we saw that, oh, the Hayabusa does not deal a ton of damage as how he used to do before. But when the opportunity arises for Hazel, especially that triple kill moment from him, feels like, oh, now we understand how it should have been played, how he maneuvers around, how he weaves around with the Augie Shadow kill, with his very own quad shadow at the same time. So definitely Hayabusa is a strong hero, but you need a strong user at the same time. It's a very mechanical hero for you to be able to use it, to get good stacks onto the opponent, and then to use the Augie Shadow kill to deal maximum damage towards your opponent.
This is a heavy committal draft for Vamos that requires ending the game early so that you don't have to deal with IG's late game scaling, and they weren't able to do so. That's why it ended up so difficult. That's why the game extended so long. Natco tried his best, but you can tell that he's not going to be able to solo carry this game.
Yep.
I think it might be time to stop giving Zkeep Kalia as well, especially early in the draft. It keeps getting countered, and we know how much he's able to set up otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, other options for you to be able to pick up very early on, maybe the glue, maybe the Gatot Kaca even. I mean, it works well with him. Somebody who can use the revitalize. I mean, even Hylos for that matter, right? Because he excels well in this beating kind of a situation, judging by the side of Zkeep. But hey, IG can only deal what is ever being thrown at them, and right now they are doing it really, really well. Hazel, Nova Escova, Suelo, even Malcury for that game right there. I mean, he managed. I mean, his farming is still needs to be improved. I mean, he still needs to accelerate his farm as fast as possible. But to be fair, positioning was good. He stayed alive for majority of those team fights, and it allowed him to deal a good amount of damage towards the opponent. That is what you need from your goal laner right there.
And we can see here, this is the rotation of Hazel in the first 7 minutes of the game. He is largely keeping to his own jungle. He understands that nowadays, Hayabusa isn't really able to play off of that level 4 timing as well, and you've got a double fighter side lane to deal with. So keeping it safe on your health is going to be more effective.
I mean, judging by how the game went as well, up until what, 4-minute mark, there was no kill at all. Nobody wanted to be more aggressive, hence why we see lesser kills in the first 7 minutes. It's just more of a farming and to be able to match up with Harley at the same time in terms of level as well as in terms of itemization. But as the game progresses up until what, 10-minute mark, until 20-minute mark, we see a bit more aggression from both sides, trying to find that space, trying to find that chances to get those kills. And a lot of the kills that was gotten by Hayabusa, by Hazel, it was towards more on their own side of the map right there. I mean, showcasing that Vamos really want to be a bit more aggressive, but could not do so effectively, I would say so.
Vamos did start off the game pretty strong as is expected, right? You got a Hilda side lane, you got a Freya side lane. Natko able to get a lot of farm in and literally fight 1v3 when we were at that mid-game mark. But they couldn't close it out quick enough and ended up throwing multiple kills away with Natko split pushing, Natko diving too hard, especially giving those kills to Hazel was really bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough enough. The fact that Vamos is playing without a pure marksman to be able to have some late game insurance for them. So yes, Freya deals great amount of damage, but one thing about Freya, or one thing that she lacks, is again gap closer. If the opponent can just walk away or distance themselves from the Freya, it's GG, it's over for Freya. Freya can't do anything about it. This is also a mistake, not too sure why Natko still wanted to dive that.
Yeah.
It was a 1 versus 4 situation without any particular help. I mean, if he did not die, pretty sure maybe, just maybe, Vamos could have defended this particular push from IG right there.
Oh, we got our MVP highlight as well from Hazel, keeping an eye on his progression within the team fight. This man knows how to weave. He's played Hayabusa a long time. This was literally his signature pick when he first joined MPL MY and was so good at it that teams would regularly ban it out against him. The same way that we see that Yisun Shin being banned.
I mean, it's a very signature pick, and now we get a closer look right there. I mean, I can't even see him. I don't even know where he is right there. Augie Shadow Kill, once again, weave in and out, knowing where the positioning of the shadows are. So it's just intense, man, to play Hayabusa at that level, number one. And it was a do-or-die match as well. It was very intense. And hey, Hazel took it to the chin and coach, give me Hayabusa, and I'll show you why I'm the best Hayabusa player here in Malaysia.
Looks like we've gotten our makeup exam for yesterday, right? Clean sweeps all the way through day 1, and we kick things off with a full series on day 2.
It's my first day as well. I mean, you got your momentum booster yesterday, right? It's my first day.
I've already spent all my energy.
And we still have one best of 5 to go later on. And it's of course it's gonna start after, not after like doing Margaret prayers, but we do have a break for that as well. And it's still not over yet. It's still not over yet.
We need a panel over here.
We definitely, man.
We need what they got over there.
God. But then they can walk away, and then once the panel segment is done, you can pass it over to the caster side. Gosh.
There's no break for us. I hope you guys appreciate how much hard work we're putting in.
For all of you who are watching here, regardless whether you are in Malaysia, Philippines, or Indonesia, if you can speak English well, you know the basics of the game, please do try out for MPL Malaysia English Caster Table. We need you guys, man. We really, really need you guys. We got excellent teachers here. I mean, Sadafa can teach you, Gideon can teach you, Lafel can teach you. Even I mean, English is not my strongest language, of course. I'm trying my best. So we need all the help that we can. I mean, imagine if I'm not here. I mean, you need to be able to cast like, what, 3 days straight, 4 days straight.
That's what it used to be. Those were the good old days.
Oh my God.
Disregarding that, one game.
Okay.
Best of 1 series now between IG and Vamos.
Okay.
It's pretty clear. Vamos' specialty lies in these skirmishy crowd control comps.
Yep.
And having heroes with lots of CC that allow you to take the fight as messily as possible.
Correct.
Is their strong suit. And I feel like the past couple games, they've just not been grabbing enough heroes that offer that.
Yeah, which is weird. Isn't it weird? Because game number 1 and game number 2, it definitely solidifies the fact that what you mentioned just now is true. Very good with these little skirmishes of fight, with good heroes that can cooperate well with it, and giving Zakif a revitalized hero, the Gatot Kacha, it works well with them. And suddenly you shift towards game number 3, number 4, you shift a bit away from that and you lose. It speaks volumes. So game number 5, go back to the basics and maybe Vamos can get a bit more advantage, but IG will definitely not allow that to happen later on. But what you guys can do right now, I mean, the merch or the official merch for MPL MY is definitely available up for grabs. You can use the code of TODAXMPL where you can get a good amount of discount. Maybe, you know, you can sweep up your way, get a bit more free gifts here and there. But if you want to get to know more, you scan the QR code down below to get to know more about the merchandise, or why not come over to Stadium Juara and take a look at it for yourself? I mean, yeah, you can see we've got chairs.
We got the Todak booth right here.
A lot of merchandise, man. A lot.
You guys gotta visit the Todak booth. You guys gotta visit the MPL arena. There's so much stuff happening here, including the games themselves, in a super cool stage. And honestly, it's still so cool when we turn around and look at it right there.
I mean, the fact that we've been here before and it was a different setting,
It
right?
was,
Right,
completely.
And now it's a different setting. I feel like it's very, how should I say it? It's very, I wouldn't say underappreciated, but we take it for granted that the fact that it's the same venue, but it's a different setting. It's very, 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 very good. I mean, now I feel like I want to be an audience, man. The fact that they can go out to the food festival. I mean, there's a lot.
I want some food.
A lot of foods out there. We got like ayam kunteng, for those of you who know, it's a fried chicken. We got ice cream goreng, it's a fried ice cream. We got a lot of drinks. Wonder what else is out there. Kebabs, I don't know. Man, oh man, I'm hungry.
Why? I mean, you did that to yourself, dude. Why would you list out all the different kinds of foods here?
I'm just excited.
We've been here too long.
We need to pass it over to someone right now. Somebody please save us. Somebody by the name of Poji right now. What do you have to in store for us?
Terima kasih rakan-rakan, dan kembali bersama saya dan juga Hazel tu, calon rising star, calon best jungler untuk Dream Team Malaysia. Jadi Hazel, macam mana perasaan sekarang?
Nervous lah, tapi masih semangat.
Mungkin awak boleh kongsikan sikit sebab perasaan dengan saya, sebab awak bounce back daripada 0-2 kepada 2-2 dan ini adalah mungkin menjadi game penentu untuk berada di upper bracket final.
Saya ikut mindset saya aja. Mindset saya tak nak bagi second life kita orang dekat Famos je. Itu je.
Apa jadi sekarang kena kasih jadilah, senang cerita ya.
Betul.
Jadi kalau awak menang untuk game ini, game terakhir ini adalah kali pertama daripada awak debut season 15, awak berada dekat upper bracket final. So macam mana dengan macam situasi dekat dalam team punya bilik, macam mana awak punya emosi sekarang, mental macam mana, are you prepared for any of the outcomes?
Kita orang semangat je buat match ini, buat match game 5 nanti sebab goals kita orang masih PWC.
Saya doakan yang terbaik juga untuk semakin dekat langkahnya dengan EWC. Kata-kata terakhir awak mungkin kepada pasukan lawan awak dan juga kata-kata semangat kepada tim awak sendiri untuk game yang terakhir ni.
Buat Famos je good luck lah.
Untuk Famos good luck. Itu saja, simple. Untuk tim sendiri, peminat?
Untuk peminat jangan pindah kerusi dulu sebab kita orang masih fight.
Let's go Invictus Gaming. Terima kasih Hazel. Saya pun tak nak kacau awak. Awak pun dah boleh pergi ambil tempat duduk awak. Berehat di sana. Dan itulah dia kata-kata daripada Hazel. Good luck. Dan selesai bahagian daripada saya. Kita jumpa selepas ini. Jom masuk ke dalam game.
No, talk more. Talk more.
Come back, Poji.
Ask more.
We need you.
I don't know. Interview someone else. Become a fan.
Hey, come on, Adine. We gotta lock in.
Okay, lock in. All
We
right.
gotta lock in.
One more game, right?
We can do whatever needs to be done after this.
Okay, let's just power through this. This is the last game. This is a deciding game right now between IG as well as Vamos, and it could be a reverse sweep for the side of IG, or it could be not so much of a reverse sweep. I mean, almost through the game for the side of Vamos. But whatever happens, both teams are still alive. They are still in playoff. So, is there need a worry? I mean, yes, one team can get into the upper bracket final, right?
Yep.
And the other team has to fight their way on the lower bracket, which is not what you want, but still, it's an okay feeling. Like I'm still in the game. I'm still in the playoffs.
Oh, I just realized there's some cards that have gold backgrounds, huh?
Yeah, that's the special edition right
I
there.
didn't even, was that in the parks? Was that in the packs of we used to open?
No, I don't think so.
No, right?
It's
I don't think
special
we've
for,
ever
you know.
seen one. Wow, okay. Make sure you guys drop by, grab some of those cards. Maybe you can grab a gold card for yourself.
I've been seeing a lot more gold cards being pulled by our fans, our spectators here. So I think you have a good amount of amount of chance to pull out those gold cards. But given you need to be able to do the task from Subcom DG booth to be able to get those packs and for you to get a chance to pull those cards. But right now, Sidafa, who are you rooting for?
The team that ends faster.
I don't care whoever wins. Just make it quick. 10, 11 minutes is the sweet spot. 12 minutes is still okay. You don't want this 18 minutes, 25 minutes. Hey, Zorn is still.
Hey. Hey,
Oh,
it's
scouting.
Pops, and hey, it's Poji. He's the star in this one.
Yeah, he's definitely a star. I mean, a lot of energy here. Feels like Team Flash is just scouting things out. You know, maybe whoever can be put over into the lineup of Flash for next season. Something to ponder right there. Okay, less than 20 seconds to go. Hey, by the way, we do have to. I mean, we already shouted this out just now, but don't forget, we do have the award ceremony later on.
Ah, yes.
So it's going to be the Dream Team category and Best Coach category.
Yeah, we're
So-
doing it a little differently this season. We're
yep.
splitting up the award ceremony. There's a small chunk of it happening every day from now on, instead of all at once in the grand finals.
Yes, sir.
Which, you know what? Sounds like a good idea. We'll give it a try. You guys can let us know what you guys think. I believe we have a QR code where you can give us feedback at the end of the day.
True.
But drafting phase officially commences for game number 5. Now, we're very tired, Adin.
Definitely.
Imagine how the players are feeling.
Ooh, I feel because you gotta know it's not only the physical aspect of things, the mental aspect of things as well. Because once your mental is out of the game, it's super difficult for you to get your confidence back in, get your groove back in. So hopefully, if it's physical thing, I think it's still a given, but mentality is still needs to be in a top good shape right now. Where Paquito is still let through.
For sure.
And Paquito gets picked up first by the side of IG. Did you not hear what Rex Vin said? Bad the Paquito, man.
It's a bit of a feels bad, especially for Sabat. He played such a good Paquito. And they've just let the hero through multiple times in a row now. And they're starting with Moskov.
To lead the charge.
And Hilda. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Vamos in the second phase. If they don't want to ban out the Paquito, I would thought they don't ban out the Yisenchin at least. Because then you give a question where IG, you want to pick up the Paquito or Yisenchin, because we know Yisenchin is a signature pick for Hazel. And if they pick up the Paquito, now you have a chance to pick up the Yisenchin for yourself. But that did not happen. What happened is Moskov gets picked up with Hilda. I'm not a big fan of this opener from Vamos.
Same.
But I'm okay to be proven wrong, so we shall see what comments or what progresses into the full draft later on. IG right now picks up the Zuxin, good pickup. We know that Swiller is very good with his hero. Staple pickup, but what do you pair up with? Is it going to be a Leon mod? Is it a Harley? Harley doesn't get banned out, right? Yeah, no Harley. Ooh, you secure... Not only you secure a counter for Akadia, but you take away Zakif's hero as well with that Gatot Kaca pickup.
I see, this is very, very solid from IG. I think they figured things out after those first couple of games. Okay, this is how we need to draft. This is what we need to prioritize. That mid duo is important. Vamos are gonna go ahead and grab that Suyo, but I still don't really know how to feel about those first two picks. The Hilda especially. We literally just said Vamos plays their best with set up CC type heroes, and Hilda takes the place of one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to think this Hilda is going to go towards Sabat, and if that is the case, I feel like it's a waste. For me, because I feel like Hilda in this instance does not provide a lot of things. But we shall see once again. For the side of IG, if let's say Cloud doesn't get banned out, I feel like Cloud is going to get prioritized for MLQT later on. If not, I think it's still okay. You still have other options. You still have carry for your own accord. But IG right now bans out the Atlas. And Vamos right now, do you ban out Leomord? Do you ban out Uranus? No, I mean,
would they ban Haya is the question. Like, is it enough of a threat?
So difficult. For me, I don't think so. I don't feel like they are that afraid of the Hayabusa. I feel like they can handle it. It's just maybe because in game number 4, it's been so long, they have fought against or go up against the Hayabusa. So now they know how is it going to be. So they are well more prepared. Darkseid gets banned out. So interestingly enough, they don't want a tankier front line for the side of IG right now. I mean, IG can still pick up, which I don't think they would. Something like a Uranus jungle, again, I don't think they would.
Probably not.
There's still the Hayabusa option, there's still the Leomord option right now. And Cloud as well for the side of MLQT later on.
I mean, Leomord is probably still the best option here. I think it works very well for what IG is doing right now. And they will ban out the glue too, so a lot of heroes that would be a problem to the Leomord are already gone.
Do you pick up Marcel here for Zakif?
Marcel, both these teams were the squads that had a tendency of going Marcel, but again, it kind of wastes the potential of crowd control setup from players like Zakif who are known to be strong at it.
That is a valid, right? Yep. Show is still there if you still want to go for a pick-off potential, but I don't necessarily like it, I suppose. But it's still an option if you want to go for a single target pick-off with the Chill. But right now, IG, for me, it's still straightforward of a Cloud and Leomord here. Or Cloud Hayabusa once again.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Claude is pretty safe regardless. I don't really see any other reason not to go for him. And yeah, Leomord, Hayabusa, both solid. Probably more likely Leomord. I don't really see any surprises appearing here. Is Clint really... Oh!
Nolan?
Clint Nolan.
When there's still Leomord? Okay if you go for the Nolan, if you don't have any other options left, but
the Clint is curious, yeah. It's actually IG shifting their timing into the early game.
Okay.
Right? This is an early mid-game lineup. So IG are the ones who are attempting to scale an end game early.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks so. But if you want to stop this aggression from IG, I feel like you pick up a Marcel here. You can just manipulate those team fight. But if you still rely on single target, Cho is still there. Badam as well. But Khalid.
Well, they're both early game comms. 100%.
If IG misses this timing of this early game window, I feel like Vamos has the upper hand with the Moskov, with the Valentina in the late game presence.
But late game Nolan is pretty scary as well. I think that the draft is fairly balanced.
But Moskov late game is very scary. We know we've seen a lot of Moskov crazy plays here in MPL Malaysia. You know, turning things around. So I'm just banking off of that. But we shall see what do we have in store for us, and what is it going in the minds of IG right now with the draft that he possesses. When Yoma is still available, when Cloud is still available, but they dodge that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the land of dawn opens up and the curtains draw upon the final act. Game number 5 of our upper bracket semi-final. Winner moves on to the upper bracket finals. Confirmed top 3, one step closer to that MSC ticket. Loser will have to fight their way out from the lower brackets with a single life remaining.
I think this is a standing mode for me right now. I can't sit down. If I sit down,
you'll fall asleep.
I might fall asleep right here, right now. All right. Land of Dawn is the name of the place right now. As we take a deeper look at the drop, yes, it's a bit early game oriented from the side of IG, and they need to make it count. All the aggression, all the execution, all the pickoff needs to be executed to perfection. Again, if not, you are giving Vamos a good start in the early stages right now. Fakun gets picked up, gets a good amount of damage, and that is not what you want to see from Melkity. But this is what happens towards Nako when he uses the clean in game number 3 or number 2. No, game number 3, yeah.
They basically traded Clockun's HP for Melqt's HP by having Zkeep gank gold lane very early on, which I think is fine for now. Kind of difficult for Vamos to actually contest this mid prio anyway, but Hazel's now gonna show up. He's got his eyes set on Nako, just barely dodges the fracture, but Hazel's not leaving anytime soon. He's gonna go in one more hit. Nako literally one hit. Why is Melqt dying to the... Why is Melqt nearly dead to the minions? Sir, hello! First blood to Clockun on Hazel.
What? What? That was supposed to be an easy kill, either between Hazel or Melqt. But what happened next is not something that you want from your own team, where Hazel died. That's not what you want. That is not in the script. That is not what you planned.
Why is Mel dying to minions?
I don't even know.
At 2 minutes. They literally don't even hurt. I mean, oh my god.
I think this is the effect of, you know, tiredness.
It's definitely fatigue. It's gotta be fatigue. Well, Turtle so far seems pretty free. Errors waiting for the timing. Fracture comes through. Hazel secures the Turtle and a total collapse. Sabat gonna dive backline, end up dying first. The lift up on the Khalid throws him backward AOG zones. Invictus get the objective.
Oh, that lift was crucial right there. If not, the game could have gotten a kill against Invictus Gaming right there. But good recovery from Invictus Gaming. You know, get a kill against Sabat and got the Turtle as well. So whatever happened on that bot side, you can, I suppose, brush it away. But hey, that was a big whoopsie right there.
That's a clip moment right
That's
there.
definitely a clip moment. Not too sure what happened to Melqt right there.
My disbelief on YouTube tomorrow.
Took a bit of damage right there, maybe from the turret itself. Right now,
Blade Surge connects Raging Sandstorm on Novak's Kobar. One hit away, he just barely dodges out. Meanwhile, Error gonna get ganked by Hazel. He's also alive on 1% HP. Hazel now gonna be chased down by Zkeep and Clockun. He dodges back to the tower. Spear of Destruction misses. He's fine.
Lucky enough, count your lucky stars, Hazel. Nothing connects right there to get a kill against the Nolan. At the same time, at a 4-4, we could see a similar thing about him as well. Count your lucky stars still alive for this game as we approach the 3-minute mark. In terms of farming, I feel like Melqt is definitely a bit on behind. I mean, the fact that he took a lot of damage early on, but I mean, it's not too far apart. A few hundred goals away between Natco and Melqt, so still farming okayly enough.
Invictus definitely have a bit more control right now because Melqt has overwhelming lane priority, and that means that Zkeep has to be dragged over to help make sure Natco survives most of the time. You would think that with this mid-prio, Invictus would be trying to make things happen on the map, but so far, it's in not really going their way.
I mean, not going their way, but still not out of the woods just yet. It's still anyone's game right now. Anyone's game's up for grabs right now, but So we take a deeper look at the turtle fight. The second turtle fight right now. Zakif dealing a good amount of damage to Swilo right there. Gotta be careful.
Errors on the turtle. He will be able to secure it. Meanwhile, Sapat getting ganked 1v2, but he's done his job already. Zakif can get lifted up. MelQT kills Natco 1v1 in the goal lane. And that's gonna be it.
That's a good kill from MelQT. Uses the flicker right there to get a kill, and Natco did not had the same chance to use the flicker to get a kill or to run away right there. Unfortunately for Zakif, just missed the bush where MelQT was recalling away right there. Arrow 4-4 trying to get a kill against E3, but dodges it immediately with flicker.
But here's the finish. Flawkhood waiting in the tri-brush for that. So Hazel gonna go ahead and grab the purple buff as an exchange for his EXP laner. A flicker from Swalo under the tower. Flickering Sandstorm connects with 2. Swalo one hit away and Ziki finishes him off. He'll probably die here, but he'll buy a lot of time with that quick send guard. He's definitely dead, yeah.
I mean, I'll be surprised if he's alive.
Hold on. Sapat tried to flicker for that kill, not able to find it.
But are they gonna get this mid turret? I don't think. Yeah, they are gonna get that mid turret. So it's a massive win for Vamos, right? I mean, you get that turret on the mid side, you get turret on the top side at the same time.
AOG, they're looking for Mel. Wow!
Whoa.
Just about dodges it, but Claw could! Wait! Cool down!
Fatigue, man. I mean, fatigue is definitely kicking in right now for both of these teams right now.
Gotta commit at that point. Just go after him.
Oh, there was no shadow strike. He could not dash. He could not double dash. He could not do anything. He was just a lonely Gatot Kacha right there. An imposter Gatot Kacha right there.
Imposter syndrome is real.
Okay, this is turning into like a funny clip moment instead of an intense gameplay where whoever wins gets upper bracket finals, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of stakes on the line right now, ladies and gentlemen. Vamos in control of the turtle. Nova is there though. We can see everyone just collapsing in. Natco still on the opposite side of the map, but of course he has Spear of Destruction, so he's gonna go ahead and clear the minion wave. Very big chase from Invictus. Going for Sapat. Actually, no, they might be finding Natco. He's able to dash away from now as Sapat to have zone by Nova.
I was gonna like, Sapat, don't bring him there.
Not reset, okay.
Oh.
Destruction connects. Does Natco join? Yes, he does. AOG comes through. Nova and Cobra gets the knockup on Ziki, but they're going for the Clinton in the backline. MelQT gonna be dived. Shut down for Sapat. And Vamos will make a retreat.
I mean, look at the mid side right now. I mean, Yi3 is using whatever opportunity that he has to just play push on this mid side. He knows that top lane is a lost cause already, so there's no point in rotating there. However, Arrow 4-4 is definitely at the right place at the right time, be able to defend that mid turret from being taken away from Yi3. Good SOD, by the way, from Netco, landing that hit, and it allowed them, or Team Vamos, to get a kill against MelQT just now.
Yeah, so far so good, but we're 8 minutes in, and the network difference really isn't much right now, as both teams are just trading blows back and forth. We've seen some suspicious plays so far, but still pretty stable.
I think we are in for the long run here. I just have this iffy feeling we are going to go into like a 17-minute game, 20-minute game right now, because goal lead as of 8 minutes is not that far apart. In terms of map control, I would give it to Vamos, the fact that they have all of their turrets still up right now. But I wouldn't count on Invictus Gaming. With one good engagement, they might be able to get at least a top turret or a bot turret after this few minutes before maybe the first lot comes up.
I'm just curious as to whether Vamos was just that heavily affected emotionally, because where is that bombastic, synergized gameplay that we saw in games 1 and 2, right? It feels like it's just gone. Is it because of the draft? Is it because they're tired and just like trying to play it safe? I don't really understand it, but Clawkun is getting chased down by the punchy man and flickers away. Raging Sandstorm connects with Year 3 and he is dead. Natco comes in from the flank. Swallow got an ult out of the way, but Natco chases him down anyway. He gets the lift up. Blade Surge connects. They find MelQT, and there it is. That's what I'm talking about. The bombastic fight from Vamos.
Hey, this is a make-a-wish. You wish, you get what you want.
Thank you.
There we go. Instantly, you get what you want. You ask for it and you get what you want. I do feel like if you were asking that question for game number 3 and number 4, it's definitely the draft. the draft does not suit that kind of style of a bombastic gameplay, just diving in, collapsing against the side of Invictus Gaming. But right now, with this draft, I feel like it's not necessarily the most perfect of draft for you to be able to play that kind of gameplay or style, but it works because Vamos have good initiation from Khalid. They have good initiation from Cocoon, stealing multiples of AOGs and trying to set things up. And Invictus Gaming right now on the lower end of things. Question is, they need to be able to come back right now. If not, it's going to be a one-way traffic for Vamos.
E3 just really doesn't do enough damage to Sapat right now. Looking at what is his build. War Axe first item for the Paquito. Error gonna be ganked with the Fracture. Hazel trying to chase him down. He The 1v1 turnaround, and now Vamos is go time as well. They nearly take out E3. That is not a good look.
Call an ambulance. Not for me, but for
That's
you
correct.
right there. Literally trying to get a kill. And got killed.
Yeah, they get the lift on Sapat, but he is pretty tanky. E3 gonna re-engage, tries to take the kill, but he heals off the bush and back off.
Yeah, I did talk about how Hilda does not offer too much, but now noticing in this game what she offers is just a nuisance right now. Goes in, deal a few damage here and there, and knowing that it's gonna be very difficult for the opponent to kill her, I think that is the biggest factor why this Hilda gets picked up right now. Just a nuisance, buys a lot of time, deals a good amount of damage at the same time. There is somewhat of a slow movement effect once you hit those skills against the opponent. So with the build as well, so it's good enough for Hilda. Where did that?
What was that supposed to be for?
Heck was that?
Maybe he was checking if they were stealing buff.
Fair enough.
That makes sense.
Fair
but yeah,
enough.
you're right. I think the Hilda being picked early is basically just Paquito denial. It's a hero that sandbags lane against Paquito, but still does some aggressive movements on the map, and that is what Vamos needed. So you know what? I take back my questions about the hero. I can see.
I mean, we definitely need to see what happens in the game to really understand the draft, and now we get a good look of it and good answers of it. So it's somewhat of an answer to the Paquito as of now. Now 5k gold lead as we approach the 12-minute mark. 3 more seconds to go before the this second lot is gonna spawn. In terms of positioning, again, IG is just gonna play within their very own area. They are sending Paquito on the bot side and not to show himself off, just hiding in the bush for now and not recalling as of yet, and feels like Vamos wants to collapse.
Yep, they found Hazel. 30% HP left. He's got to back up the heal. They should give Vamos control over the Lord Pit pretty easily.
Crimson Beacon on Clockwood, not AOG, so I mean, Team Vamos definitely, they are not afraid to collapse immediately if they find an opening. If they find somebody out of position, they can instantly collapse if they want to. And Invictus Gaming, they need to be aware of this. I like the positioning of Nako right now. He's not showing himself off. He's just waiting for the right time, the right positioning to hit that SOD and to join the teamfight if he ever need to do so.
He's basically choosing whether the split push or the SOD join fight. He will show himself, and they actually find Traylo on the flank. He's gonna be able to get out. Spear of Destruction misses, and now Nako's in 1v1 against E3. Error will secure the Lord, but Sapat will be traded in exchange. Nako winning the fight right now. As be careful, does end up taking out the Paquito in a 1v1. Vamos could push here.
Nice movement right there from Nako, utilizing the dash as well as the flicker. And of course, as we all know, Moskov does have that continuous damage. If you hit the front line, your back line get hits as well. And that is what happens towards Paquito right there with the extended damage, the extended distance of damage with the Malefic gun at the same time. So Lot forces in on the top side, but inhibitor turret has been taken care of. And Vamos, I think that is the only benefit that they can get.
Yeah, they can't really push out to try and end the game here. Invictus is all still alive. I will say, this is purely personal bias.
Okay.
I don't like the way Invictus plays.
Throughout the whole series or just in this particular game?
In general. Well, this series.
Yeah, I agree.
Before this, it wasn't like this. Because, like, basically as an explanation, They play too defensive.
Yeah.
It feels like this team plays not to lose rather than to win. The only times they've won is when Vamos tried forcing things against them and they just responded correctly.
I mean, it happened early on in this game, right? Where Melkuti and Hazel trying to get a kill against Natco, and it did not work. Not against Natco. Yeah, it was against Natco. Where nobody wanted to dive in. Well, Melkuti did not want to dive in. Nobody wanted to do anything, and end up Hazel getting killed. So that speaks volume on the series of Invictus Gaming in this upper bracket semi-final. So yeah, I definitely agree, which is very weird because I feel like IG with the hype that they had, the good feel, good moment that they had, I feel like they want to go aggressive. They want to play a bit more freely.
It's weird. Because, like, they used to play this way when you had, like, Gojes and Spencer on the team. And then they switched things up once Suelo and Yetri came in. And now it feels like they've gone back to that. Now, they do have a tendency to fall back to this habit when Hazel is not on, like, Yisun Shin, for example, but, it delays games a lot because the opponent can't push, and IG is not going to do anything.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it's something to ponder as well, and of course, something for IG to ponder as well in case they lose this game. They need to recuperate back their thoughts and of course their actions coming into the lower bracket if they lose. But that is not the case as of yet. Although Vamos are in a good position to get this win right now. 6K to lead, map control within their own side, and they have both lanes under control right now. So prioritization is definitely with them right now, and IG is forced to go out of their base to be able to contest this lot. And I feel that is what Vamos want, and Vamos doesn't want the lot at all. They want to kill. They want to kill, they want to end this game.
Yeah, they want to try and see if they can get an ambush set up.
Khalid.
Zkeep will spot the rotation from the Paquito, and they'll actually send Natco to handle him 1v1, but now it's 1v3, and they found him! Raging Sandstorm lands the hit! How is he alive for that long? But he will finally die, and now Team Vamos have the green light. They're gonna slowly whittle them down. Natco doing a good amount of damage from the back. Here comes the Fracture, picks off Zkeep, but that's the only one he can find because Air 4 goes in, gets killing spree. They picked up 3 members of Invictus Gaming, with 3 still alive from Vamos. But the minion wave, not quite here yet. Do they want the Lord or do they want to push? This is the decision that cost them game 4.
They should focus on the Lord, and they should gamble on this Lord. And as they should, they are doing it right now. Although Invictus Gaming is trying to contest this, it's not going to be easy. I mean, but with Zuxin, they do have a way in. Malcuti, no flicker. Suelo,
I really think they should leave.
It's fight. Why not?
Oh, SOD! Do you want to take that one? No, thanks. Okay.
Now you think.
That would be shocking.
After the Lord has been taken, now you take the SOD in. But good decision making from Vamos, not forcing themselves to get that inhibitor turret, but, deciding to get that Lord immediately after the team fight was commenced. So, again, good decision making from Vamos. The question is, IG, do you have good high ground defense right now?
That is the question. I would say personally, no, not really. You don't really have any heroes that are good at melting Lord or getting zone control. That's why this is supposed to be an early game lineup, and this could be it for them.
This definitely could be it. Lord marching in on the top side, mid and bot side. Wave are pushing in. Yeti taking a good amount of damage. Zkeep in prime position to use the Raging Sandstorm right now. But in all angles right now, Vamos is coming in. Lot has marched into the base of IG, whilst the minion wave on mid side and bot side is still making their way in.
One thing to say for sure, IG is good at that base defense. They've actually managed to handle the Lord despite everything. Another wave is pushing in. AOG will be used just to keep the minions off of the tower. Sabat's gonna have to flicker out of base while Zkeep holds the front. Revitalize used to keep Nova alive, and the Fracture will actually take down the Khalid. Hazel, though, somehow gets traded. Where did that even happen?
I don't know. Maybe Hazel went in from the Fracture trying to get a kill and got himself killed in the process. Didn't I tell you? We are in the for the long run. I mean, we have approached the Yankee minute mark, close to the 20-minute mark right now. This could be a 24-minute game. I mean, yes, Vamos can get this inhib, but I don't think they are able to end. They're not even gonna get that inhib. Yep, nope.
Yep, but that's gonna be it.
Yeah.
Can't deny this style of gameplay from Invictus is very good at preventing losses. Right? Their base defense is solid. They know how to split things up. And we literally said this is not a particularly good comp for defending Lord, and yet they still found that angle anyway. So partly, I think, is Vamos not really syncing the waves as well as we'd like.
But I feel like here in MPL Malaysia, delaying your loss could be one of the ways for you to get a win.
Yes, actually.
Because here in MPL Malaysia, teams tend to lose a bit of focus when it comes to the later portions of the game. They tend to get fatigued, lose focus, mistakes here and there, sloppy mistakes here and there, and it allows for the opponent to claw their way back after an effort of delaying the losses. So maybe IT is opted to go for that direction right now. I mean, both teams are very much fatigued, that is definitely for sure. So why not just bank on, okay, if we delay long enough, maybe Vamos will bound to make a mistake.
We can see that, Sapat actually eating a good amount of poke here. Ever tried to go for an initiation up top on Hazel, not able to land the Blade Surge. That happened on the mini-map. Next Lord gonna spawn.
Get the positioning right now. Nova Escobar is in the back.
Hold on.
Sapat.
IG actually trying to go for the flank right here. They find Sapat instantly. Grim Destruction though lands in the backline. They're looking for MilQT. And Nako finds it. The Moskov is going in, but he's gonna get hit with the knockout strike. Wind of Nature keeps him alive. He's gonna dash backwards. Meanwhile, look on the opposite side of the map. Error 404 is in the base. Suyo is in the base. Sasuke is trying to destroy the Leaf Village. Team Vamos, could this be it? They will get Hazel back in time, but he's on the crystal. Error 404 wins out to 1v1, but he's now gonna try and escape from Suelo and Nova Escobar. Looks like he will be able to Ivory Man, but yeah, 3 actually wins the trade in mid lane. He's on a killing spree. That means that Error is actually the last one alive on his team.
Yeah, I mean, Error is the one only alive. Bot Wave is still pushing. It forces out Suelo to recall back, as well as Ye3, who noticed that, okay, he was going to recall back, but Ye3 cancelled the recall. Continue push on that mid side right there. What? Liga, I don't even know what's going on right now. I mean, good skirmishes from Vamos right there. Nako was definitely had the position down right there with the SOD going to the back side and trying to deal as much as damage as possible right here. But first of all, good knockout strike from Ye3, catching out the members of Vamos right there. This, if only there was a bit more help from the side of Vamos, I feel like Nako could do a lot more. However, Invictus Gaming, Shin CC him well with the Kacha as well as Ye3 using the knockout strike. And the recall coming in from Hazel was crucial, was definitely crucial. Although he got killed, but the fact that he recalled back, that delayed the effort from Error 44 to try to win that game from Team Vamos right there.
Personally, I think if Error 44 had joined the fight, they could have won that. But, well, what's happened has happened. Now IG are a little more confident about walking up. And this next Lord is going to be a 50-50 situation.
I did to say we might end this game at the 24-minute mark, and we almost approaching at that particular timeline right now. Right now, here's a very 50-50. Even if Vamos is a good SOD, Nako needs to free hit right now. But speaking of Nako right now...
Oh, hold on. They found the entry on the opposite side, but Kido is just so tanky. AOG comes in. 2-man knockout. Nako explodes! And Invictus have found the opening, the gap in the armor that Vamos has exposed. They've lost Sapat as well. This is going to be their Lord.
Like I said, it was very 50-50. Even if they hit the SOD right now, they need to be able to take care of Nako, and they did not able to do so. Nako was found, the AOJ hits, and everybody just collapsed onwards to him right there. He gave a kill, but right now, Error 44.
Oh, this seems risky. Z-Keep is gonna go down to the Fracture. I don't think Vamos should have tried to make that happen. They tried to reset the Lord, but they just gave another body over, and Invictus will take the objective.
What a swing! What a swing of a game right now. What looked like a Vamos lead, and right now, how the table has turned. Invictus Gaming in the lead, PK goal lead. Lord is marching on the bot side. They are gonna set up this tri-lane push as much as they can, or as effectively as they can. Team Vamos, in terms of high ground defense, I mean, yeah, they have Clockun with the Valentina, they have Nako with the Moskov. They should be able to defend, but this is gonna be the, what, third Lord, if I'm not mistaken, no, the fourth Lord So it's not gonna be an easy pickings right now. It's not gonna be easy for you to deal with this Lord. One mistake, one mispositioning from Vamos, and it's all over. And Invictus Gaming managed to complete their reverse sweeps against Team Vamos.
And that would be a storyline for the ages. Well, Lord's gonna be colliding that bottom. We are 24 minutes into the game. They get the pickup on Sabat, throw him back. He'll take a lot of damage from LQT, and they taunt him in place. He's got a Winter Crown to survive. He will, but actually he is able to somehow walk home because Zkeev is distracting the back. Raging Sandstorm used to escape, but the Lord is pushing in. It's gonna hit the crystal. Zkeev's gonna be the first one down. LQT picks up the kill. Vamos though, hold on. They sacrifice one body. They defend the Lord.
And it's still not over. It's not over until the old lady says so. What is that as of yet from the side of Invictus Gaming? Vamos is...
Oh, they get one more pickup. Sabat has to flicker out of that situation. Another inhibitor will fall in favor of Invictus. They don't really have that many minions to work with though, so I think this is the last tower they're going to be able to take. Yeah, do they want to stay? Do they want to push this? Zkeev is still dead for 30 seconds, so it might be a bit too risky. So yeah, they're just going to back it off, wait for the next one.
I mean, here we go again. Next Lord should be the deciding factor right now. Either get the Lord or you get killed right now. But it's definitely hard for both of these teams. Yes, Invictus Gaming should have the upper hand in terms of map control. But I can't say it's one-sided towards IG because Vamos, if they get a good pick-off with an SOD or Clockun gets a good Crimson Beacon off, I mean, they could change things around. Definitely depends on the execution right now from both of these teams. And 26-minute mark, you are prone to make mistakes. Fatigue, tiredness right now, mental fortitude is out of the windows right now.
It's honestly so easy to make mistakes now that we are this far into the series. IG though still keeping it very, very safe and disciplined. And Vamos having difficulty breaking through because this is more of an early game lineup. Now that it's gotten this late, they just don't scale as well. Someone nearly died. He has the Winter Crown to survive. But here comes the weakness off. And Clockun! Wait! He found QT! How? Vamos! They're just running straight through with the strength of their bodies alone. But is it enough? AOG gonna be used, gets a knockup, and Nako gonna be executed. The reversal from the tree. They're gonna pick up Zkeev. They're gonna aim for the Valentina. Winter Crown gonna be used to get the lift. Immortality traded. Clockun trying to survive as long as possible. Error remote. Goes same range. Not able to do anything. He loses immortality. Item swaps. Vamos is trying to hold on as long as possible. But IG have just scaled too much. We are 27 minutes into the game. 4 members of Vamos down for the count. A single minion pushing down mid. Clockun, he just needs to clear the minion. Can he clear the minion? He's 1v3. Clockun, he's holding on. Hold on, he's actually doing it. He's got the knockout strike stolen. Another minion wave is going to be coming through. He's going to get pushed back. He's not able to. The minion's still on the base. IG have done it. They have reverse sweeped Vamos.
What a reverse sweep from IG. I'm sorry. I am very sorry, but yes, Vamos, you should feel disappointed by that. You definitely should feel disappointed by that. You were in the lead 2-0. You had great momentum. You had the understanding as well. You had the recipe as well. You know that the Paquito is one of the keys to victory. And you let it slip. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. 3 times you let it slip for you to end the game. And you paid the ultimate price right there. And for IG, this is a new territory for them. They are officially the top 3 teams of MPL Malaysia right now.
Congratulations to IG. I may not like the way they do it, but you can't deny the results. They have made it to a realm that many of these players have not touched before. And I think it's time for us to take a moment and throw it over to Rose up on stage to ask them how they feel.
Stadium Juara Invictus Gaming Stage!
just right lah untuk Rose tanya. Macam mana perasaan sekarang? Sebab confirm game tu membuat korang nervous. Rasa nak muntah mungkin. I don't know. How are you guys feeling?
Lega sangat.
Lega sangat. Wow. Itu, it's not really a do or die match. Sebab kalau kalah ada lagi nyawa. Tapi you guys nampak macam all out tadi.
Betul.
And mungkin boleh ceritakan sikit lah. Sebab dengan kemenangan ini, you guys are one step away untuk securing EWC in Paris. So, sebenarnya what's going through your minds right now? What are you guys thinking?
Apa yang dekat kita orang akan just main je dengan cara kita orang, and walaupun lagi Crystal belum pecah, kita orang defend je sehabis baik and try to come back
Selagi Crystal belum pecah, masih lagi ada harapan, betul?
Betul.
Okay, wish. Game tu rasa macam Rose pun berdebar, confirm heart rate ramai orang. Mungkin tengah spike tadi, it was a crazy game. Tapi Yetri, I nak tanya, did the game this game, sebab ini adalah opening match untuk IG kan, untuk playoffs, adakah it exceeded your expectation untuk pasukan you di playoffs ini?
Sebenarnya tak, kita orang expect 3-2, tapi alhamdulillah kita orang menang hari ini, and saya bangga dengan teammate saya walaupun kita orang tengah losing the game, but they still can come back dan try hard.
Okay, now Yetri mention pasal you guys tak expect menang 3-2. Speaking of the 3-2, it's a reverse sweep. So, 0-2 match point untuk Vamos. Apa yang IG membuat untuk mendapatkan momentum and of course the mental state untuk teruskan perlawanan yang seterusnya?
Kita orang just enjoy the game and still trust to each other dengan draft-draft yang coach bagi, and kita just execute diri luar lah.
Memang percayalah dengan team and yourself. Thank you, Yetri. Of course, kita pun nak borak dengan Hazel.
Yep.
Kita tahu di musim lepas Hazel ada early exit di playoffs. Hari pertama pun sudah pulang balik. Tapi musim ini Hazel berjaya menang di upper bracket, which means you are going to the upper bracket finals. And of course, kita tahu semua pasukan ada 2 nyawa. So bagi Hazel lah, betapa pentingnya untuk all out di upper bracket punya perlawanan. Sebab ada beberapa pasukan diorang cakap takut nak all out di upper bracket, takut strat dibaca. Untuk Hazel, macam korang all out dah tadi.
Kita just main je sebab mindset kita orang lawan Vamos ni cuma jalan kita menuju EWC lah. So kita orang just main je.
Main je. I'm pretty sure itu pun apa coach yang suruh buat. Are you happy, Hazel? Sebab nampak Hazel tengah berpeluh-peluh ni. Okay, happy dengan prestasi IG hari ni?
Happy ya. Tapi after game 3 kita orang memang dah rasa kalau itu game zone kita orang.
Oh, okay. Aku rasa IG ni agak lambat panas lah hari ni.
1 game 2 warm up.
Now, Hazel, like I mentioned tadi, you guys or you yourself actually pulang awal musim lepas. So apa lesson yang you belajar musim lepas yang you apply untuk perlawanan ini to make sure IG tak akan jatuh ke lower bracket?
Kita orang fully prepare untuk mental sebab biasa problem tim-tim dekat playoff tu about mentality. Jadi kita orang prepare bagaimana kita bisa mentally strong.
Wow, mentally strong. And sebelum match pun kita sudah nampak di mana IG tengah nyanyi-nyanyi sama-sama, which means that they were all having a very positive mental attitude approaching this game. Now guys, kita pun sudah tengok perlawanan yang reverse sweep, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. So stadium juara, siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP in a count of 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Swelo! Jangan. Menang ni. Swelo, congratulations.
Iya, thank you.
Tadi masa
Karos. Bude belum move on, sorry. My bad.
Tadi masa dia naik ke center stage, muka dia macam pucat. Dia nampak stres sangat-sangat. So Swelo, Rose nak tanya, sekarang you guys dah terus ke upper bracket finals. And your next opponent will be decided after this match. Di antara BTRM dan SRG, Swelo nak jumpa siapa di upper bracket finals dan kenapa?
Nak jumpa siapa tu? Mungkin kita jumpa siapapun kita sikat karena pasti yang menang di match nanti itu pasti yang terbaik, dan yang terbaik dari yang terbaik bisa jadi baik.
Okay, Suelo. Since you cakap siapa-siapa pun yang menang nanti, you dah confirm lah dia yang terbaik untuk main di upper bracket finals esok.
Ya.
Tapi, adakah IG sudah pun ready untuk challenge di upper bracket finals? Whoever it may be.
Whoever, karena selepas kita match 2 yang kita tadinya tampak chill sangat, Coach Bam ada kasih tipis-tipis pressure ke kita karena kita beranggapan pressure is privilege.
Pressure is
So
privilege.
kita punya mindset semua kita rubah, kita just fokus, kita play just BO1 and then he said just do it, do or die, let's go.
Okay, mindset setiap game adalah best of one. Itu sangat-sangat menarik. Suelo,
Ya.
ini adalah full series tapi ramai yang datang support Invictus Gaming daripada stadium and of course daripada rumah juga. Any words for your fans?
Yang pasti buat Invictus Gaming fans, apa dia punya nama tu? Invictus fans je kak. Mana Invictus? Ya, super fans Invictus, terima kasih yang udah nonton. Kita besok masih main lagi. Dukung kita terus. Karena kita nih punya mindset macam Real Madrid, jadi tonton Real Madrid sampai selesai ya. Jadi ya jangan, apa tadi lu bilang beranjak dulu? Yang tadi jangan pulang dulu karena kita masih fight. Itu aura tuh. Coba cakap lagi.
Lupa. Untuk fans Aji jangan pindah ke Rusia esok. Stay aja kat situ.
Wow! Boys, congratulations on that amazing reverse sweep. With that, mari let's show it back to the panel to break down apa yang terjadi di dalam reverse sweep series ini menentang dengan Vamos. Panel, throwing it back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Rose, and congratulations to Invictus Gaming to be our first team to make it to upper bracket finals and officially becoming the top 3 teams here in MPL Malaysia season number 17. And what a way for you to get a victory, and what a way for you to grab that upper bracket final spot. Coming in from a 0-2 deficit, reverse sweep a 3-2 straight away.
It honestly takes something special to be able to do something like this, to be able to turn around a deficit and keep your wits about you for 3 long 20-plus minute games. Again, I have a personal bias. I don't really like the way they play.
Understandable.
I cannot deny that what they say is correct. They were able to keep their mentality strong. It's not easy to play this safe, this clean for this long and continuously punish your opponents for mistakes. It is because of that IG were able to claim victory today.
We do have to take the quotes from Hazel. He did mention about how in playoff, a lot of the teams, something that they need to work on is the mental fortitude, because we all know all of these teams can play. We know all of the players can perform really, really well. But what separates them from great and the best is just the mental fortitude. Regardless of whatever position you are in, whether you are winning by 10k goal lead, whether you're losing by 10k goal lead, it does not matter. It's just a matter of how you stay calm, focused, collected, and how do you find your way to crawl your way back from the depths of N to the top of mountains for the victory. And I like that. I like that from the side of IG. And of course, there's a lot of things they need to work on being a bit more aggressive, a bit more agile, a bit more, freely in terms of their gameplay. I do have to agree, I don't really necessarily like the style of being so passive and you just want to wait things out. Whether when you have the lead, that is the most crucial part. When you have the lead, yet you still play that passively. I really don't like it, but if it works for them, it works for them. What more can I say about it? But up against a more upper echelon of teams, maybe it would be a bit more difficult for you to do so. But hey, they still managed to get the dub. They still managed to get the win. And I have to credit, or I have to re-quote back what Swello said. Pressure is privilege. That is, wow. I mean,
It's a strong line.
It's a strong line. It made me think about it as well. And it's definitely really, really true.
It is true, because having the opportunity to be in these positions where you are pressured is a privilege. The fact that they're still here, still competing, instead of sitting at home waiting for next season to start, right?
True.
And being able to overcome that is huge. It's a big step up for some of these players who have quite consistently exited early in the playoffs, and for Coach Bam as well, who has always had a bit of a playoffs curse, right?
I mean, coming into upper bracket finals later on, there should not be any excuses from IG that they cannot do it, because they can do it regardless of the position for them. But we do have to take a breather, we do have to take a break before we jump into the next match, so don't go anywhere. Catch you guys later on.
Bisa gojongin. Ayo, ke gua.
Taruh. Main data. Tunggu. Mati. Jong.
Cutting ke kanan. Main guys. Kalian main. Nah, itu dia guys. Bawa, naikin bawah. Bawa sama mid barengin.
Udah ulti tuh, tusin.
Gol.
Dia tarik BM, ayo.
Gol.
Nice. Tuh.
Cutting.
Tunggu.
Mati. Ayo, mid lagi.
Masih ada nih. Masih ada
Lagi.
Ganyang boy, nice one. Ganyang boy.
Orang.
Ganyang boy.
Ganyang boy.
Pukul itu.
Iya, pukul.
Tapi itu Niki yo.
Aman. Gue mau.
Nice one, Nick.
Kode plus.
Bagi aku.
Nice one, boy.
Itu maju guys. Ayo, bisa Poki majuin. Arotnya bisa style lah.
Udah habis kali.
Gak ada orang guys. Majuin.
Orang ini.
Arot guys. Kena. Mati. Gak ada ulti gatutnya. Aman mat.
Yang klik.
Aman. Clean. Mati.
Nice one.
Perang.
Udah ada lah.
Rata.
Lihat gol ya. Gue di flicker nggak? Sama.
Oke, sabar lagi.
Maju.
Nice one.
7 second. Min.
Bisa rata bomel guys. Main aja.
Oke.
Rata bomel.
Ini nggak ada double.
Gas aja.
Ini. Gala. Nice.
Bisa lord lagi. Konsil.
Allahu Akbar.
Yang masuk. Aman. Masuk mati.
Imo.
Balen, Afrika.
Ini dapat apa? Klik. Nice.
Main boy. Apa soal? Respect.
Pakai terpan. Backup gua.
Balik guys.
Aku udah tarik balik. Kalau tak mati.
Jampan nih.
Ada next wave.
Lama banget 30 detik.
Ayo maju.
Menang guys.
Oke, let's go. Gue pukul tower ya.
Ya udah.
Gue pukul tower ya.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Kodak Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi? Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.